Okay, we're live. Feedback Friday number, I don't know. And I clearly have to think of a better way to start these videos, because I've said the Feedback Friday number so-and-so just about every time. But that's okay. It's not the introduction that matters. It's the feedback, hence Feedback Friday, right? But we're just starting off with our first submitter, right? Actually, what am I doing? Also, an error occurred. Please try again later. I don't know if the stream's working. But let me actually notify the Discord because they want to know. They need to know even. Meta's always first. Okay, at everyone, Feedback Friday is live. I don't even need to spell it right. You guys get the idea. You're smart. You're a bunch of smart guys. That's why you watch Bunting on YouTube. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, first up, sick. Or bracketed sick. Oh, I see. It's like the same thing, you know, because it's in brackets. All right, let's just go. Drilling into my skull. Last week, I believe, was Sick's first submission, and I was very impressed by it. So, let's see how this goes. It's an intro. That Reese is getting a bit muddy in the mid-range, I feel. That kick kinda excessive on the clipping, if you ask me. Intro gets the job done. Maybe just have a bit more elements around. Build is good. Cool stuff happening here. Okay. Okay, this is fat to say the least, right? But I think the impact of it was kind of off in the sense that, I mean, it doesn't come in on the kick. I mean, it's up to you where you want it to come in, but I feel like it coming in strong on the first beat. You know, I felt like the timing was kind of weird in that I'm not sure if this is like a pre-drop or the actual beginning of the drop, you know? And if it's the beginning of the drop, I don't know, I'm a fan of having the impact on the kick, you know? But just watch with that, you might want to have like a pre-drop to this kind of pre-drop or the beginning of the drop to make sure it's clear. This is the beginning of the drop. This is where the big release is, you know what I mean? Versus having it kind of unclear, you know? And build-up is good. I feel like intro could just have a bit more going on, because a lot of the time it's just this pretty static kind of Reese. You know, you could just have more little risers, little impact, little dingly-do, fun stuff throughout. That would not hurt, for sure. And similar stuff here. I also feel like either more stuff going on, or you can have just kind of build up quicker to this building up to the build up, right? Okay. And I'm not a fan of this kick. Obviously this drop is fat, but I'm here to roast you. I'm not here to caress you. See, look, I like a clipped kick sometimes. Well, honestly, I don't like clipped kicks that much because I feel like they lose a lot of their body and it just sounds like some dude spitting. Like, rather than a deep, boofy kick, you know, which has that, you know, that deepness to it. What did I say? It's deep. And I feel like that has more impact than a super hard clipped kick. I don't know. You can, like, half clip it, you know. You can clip it in parallel or just clip it a little bit. You know, I'm not opposed to that. I don't know. It's just my taste. It's a lot of subjectiveness here. Yeah, this drop is fat. Sound design sounding good. Good variations here too, and I like this cool beep beep boop computer sounds on top. The Discord link is in the description. Cool rhythmic variation here too. So, with the second half of the drop, like you pretty much check the boxes for the variation, right? But I would maybe like to hear like a more contrasting section, you know? I mean, you can extend the song for sure, you know? You can have another build up, another drop, right? Which could do that. But also within this drop, you know, I'd maybe like, you know, you have the rhythmic variation, you have the sound design variation. I would maybe like to hear a bit more of both. I don't know, it's not specific at all. Also, one thing in the fills, a lot of times sounds like pretty much the same fill is going on, which is cool, but not cool enough. No, I'd like some variation on the fills. Maybe more on the bass, you know, like kind of switch it off. Because I hear a bit of variation here. Well, I mean, there is variation, you know, but I'd maybe like, you know, a new type of sustain bass, you know. It sounds just like the same bass, but slightly different, which is fine, you know, but maybe get something like more harmonic for like some contrast, you know, just contrast is the key. And that's not very specific, but I don't know. I feel like definitely hits hard. But if I just like skip here, it's kind of hard to like to distinguish a unique character from section to section, you know what I mean? And obviously the listener isn't here to skip through your songs, but you feel what I mean? So I'd maybe like to hear a bit more like character change or just contrast within the drop, you know? Or you can just have this drop be a bit shorter maybe, and then split it into a second drop, and that can have a similar effect, you know? Absolutely hard hitting. Definitely the intro. Kicks, I'm weird about my kicks for sure. And just like variations and all that, right? A lot of subjectiveness, it definitely slaps. The outro gets the job done as well. Snare's cool, drums are cool. Mix isn't bad for it supposedly not being super mixed, but what can I say? Pretty nice job on that. Bracketed Sick, give him a follow. He deserves it as a treat. Just as a treat, I think. Hope that thing on the variation made sense, because I want to be more constructive than just like needs more variations, you know. I want to give examples and all that, so hope that got some ideas flowing, right? But of course, you are the creator, it's your work, you do the stuff. Pop the trunk, let's go. That trunk better be absolutely popping after this. This is cool. A cool loop with very interesting sound design and texture to it. And like the loop on its own even has a bit of a groove rhythmically. And the hats, little hat and snare over it just helps with that. Really solid intro. And then it opens up with more elements creeping in. I feel like it could be cool to have like a slight bit of like, I always say pre-drop, you know, even though I don't want to call everything a drop, you know, but just a little pre-drop type thing. You know, just a little, feel like, bit, you know, could be cool, super subjective. Nonetheless, I'm really digging this intro. Definitely stands its ground, which I like an intro to do, what can I say? So a bit of an intro. You You can honestly have a longer intro, you know, if you develop it a bit more, because it was vibey, you know? It's danceable, it's slappy. Bit of tension here. Again with the pre-drop, you know, I like my pre-drops, okay? I like my pre-drops just because they have that moment where like, oh shit, the drop's here. You know, because if there's no bit of silence, no indicator, like it's about to hit, you know, people don't know when it's about to hit, and you lose some of that last moment of expectation, anticipation. Fat sound design, fat fills. A lot of cool sounds, cool flows. Excellent variations too. It's always switching it up. Then you bring out the drum for a bit of tension mid-drop. Bigger switch up on this last part of the drop here, which is cool. Transition out, it's pretty nice. Changing things up every 4-8 bars, which is great for interest. Very tasteful in the arrangement, cool little sub drops here. Great sense of tension. And you kind of developed on the original intro stuff. You didn't just copy paste it. I love to see. What's up, Jack? Yeah, and really nice little bit of bass teasing here. Nice use of filtering for the kind of pre-drop there. Strong call and response variations here. Mixed out super clean as well. Basses sound quite up front. Maybe some could be a bit wider. Don't quote me on that. And don't be funny and put the quote of me saying that in chat right now. It's not funny, you'll be banned, don't say it. But really great variations, mixed down, sounding clean as well. Structure is good, you keep it interesting and vibey even throughout the intros and breaks. And a good outro too. I like to hear a bit of an outro, kind of gets a bit of a breakdown instrumental rather than just fading out. Cool filtering, wow. Yeah, super solid track, not a whole lot to quip on. It's pretty good. Pretty good, sounds like so passive aggressive, but yeah. Really solid stuff. I clearly don't have a ton to say. Alright, first release on the Flock label, Flock Collective. Maybe. Definitely gotta look into that stuff though. Yeah, and it's 4 minutes long, which is pretty long, especially for a bass tune, but I don't mind because it was slapping. You know, really impressive stuff. You always impress, but this one sounds especially professional and would definitely turn some heads. So yeah, be proud of that one. I like it. I do like it. Especially impressed with the variations, you know. You switch it up, have a lot of stuff going on, keep it interesting, but the listener never really gets lost. Right, up next, Snith, which a name I love to hear. With Solstice Master 4. Flock label. I talked about it. Talked about it in the Discord a while back and then posting on Twitter. What is there to explain? Like a collective thing, label thing. Pretty self-explanatory. Could be cool for the boys. This is a nice intro. Love the atmospheric sounds, lots of cool sounds, cool pad rising up. Yeah, this is really nice. I especially like this intro. Cool arrangement. You hear all the different layers. With a nice rising, bit of a riser with the pad also rising, and there's some weird textured sounds also building. I feel like, well, just from this waveform alone you can tell, but also using my ears, because we like to use ears, is that I feel like the low end is coming in very loud compared to the mids and highs, you know? And mids and highs are beautiful, so I want to hear more of them. Super lush and beautiful arrangement. So much delicious ear candies. Very chill and dubby. Drum sounded pretty clean in there too. One thing though, I feel like you can definitely get away with having some type of lead over this, you know? It's very spacey and cool, but I feel like it's begging for like some type of leading vocal or like leading thing. Like listen to the pianos. You could hear the piano. Piano could be a cool lead. Just feeling some type of lead, you know? I'm a fan of the dry snare. Probably couldn't hear the piano, but nice. You know, just like think of singing a vocal. Like you can whistle it over, you can sing it over, and maybe keep it like that, or just put it in as a synth. You know, I just really want something to carry throughout the track. You can really get crazy with like some improv-y elements. You can have a lead guitar. Who even knows? Just because, like, the arrangement's very lush, but I really want something, like, upfront telling the story, rather than just floating around. Really cool transition to the drop there with a 5B break. Look, here's what I'm trying to say. Damn, the views just jumped to like 9 to 18 because the track is that vibey. Yeah, I'm very impressed with the submission so far. Like, all of them, like, really, like, a lot of your guys' stuff is better than the majority of the stuff I see coming out, even from big names, honestly. Gotta start the Flock collective, Flock label, and start showing y'all off to the people. Definitely want some help running it though. I've teased it before, but didn't really make any moves, but I don't know, you guys are impressing me, so. Rap over this one. You could rap over it. Not rapping on stream. Eva hates when I rap. Super chill. Super chill doesn't even begin to describe it. Yeah, really nice with the subtle panning too. Really nice stuff. Can't Ableton just open already? Because I want to show the people something that could be entertaining and also inspiring for your track. I really love just like that straight sub bass fun, you know, with absolute vibey arrangement. I'm saying vibey too much, but it describes it, right? Rhythm death step whip. You know it's good when you see this guy under the related tracks. He's pretty good. He's kind of underground. You might have not heard of him. This song though, it's an absolute heater, right? But let's play the rhythm death step whip, and then I'll go back to this and show you the stuff. Not coming in. No intro, no build. I always say it, but I don't know. I want a bit of time to feel some more tension. Also, if you want to mix this into a set, I feel like it's useful just to have at least a bit longer intro. Weird sound here, and like hear it pitching up like this. Cool sound. Clap's coming in a bit harsh, but what's really holding this back right from the start is I can barely hear the kick. And that kick snare or kick clap, whatever flow, is so important to the rhythminess. Well, the rhythm, you know. And I'm feeling like the sub is a bit too distorted. You know, I would like to hear that nice sound design in the mid and high end rather than a lot of the sub. That plus, I feel like the mid-high end, that sound design could be a bit more like kind of OTT, saturated. Mostly OTT, you know, to get some sparkle out of it. Just really bring up that kick, maybe clip it just a tiny bit and get that side chain on lock as well. Make sure it's really ducking deep and clean. I like those sounds. You said switch. I was expecting a big switch, but it wasn't big enough. You know, I would have liked maybe hear like the whole sound design, the whole flow go crazy. Just the general kind of clippy distortedness of it. It's making it sound very noisy, and it's hard to really pick out individual parts. So get those mids and highs really clear. Watch the sub bass. I would keep it less distorted, just a bit more in the background compared to the mid highs, which are the forefront of the flow. I mean, also, it doesn't just sound like it's a sub bass. Like, the whole thing sounds just like this whole sub bass hit sounds like there's like noise on it. There's like this element's going like it's going foo 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 foo, which is just eating up a lot of the mix, and it's not very musical compared to the rest. So I just want to hear less of that, more of the business, you know. Overall, variations are pretty nice, I would say. Of course, have a bit of a build, but really that mix down, you know, just get those mid and high elements really popping out, and really and the kick, of course, which I mentioned. You know, and it'll sound much more professional, much more distinct, because you're able to hear the business. The business. Look, here's the... Look, I want to show you. I want to show you something. Okay, but yes, that was not... Give not a follow. Support him on his journey, as we all are. Absolutely. But look, like, as for this track, like what I was saying for lead element, just listen. Okay, it's actually not coming through, so let me fix that, sorry. Look, you guys are gonna like this. It's gonna be a nice treat. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay. See? Just some type of lead thing going crazy. I think there's plenty of room to do that, and that could just be cool. Okay, but that's that. Just wanted to illustrate that concept in its entirety and provide some entertainment. But of course, on to the next. Sakuro, who despite me outright saying Feedback Friday tonight, he still asks, and for that he will be banned after I review his track. Okay, Sakura Swanky, it's already been released. I'm like, what? That's in the future. How is this possible? It's because it's future rhythm, that's how. Rhythm. Get the job done for a rhythm intro. Teasing the bass, bringing the riser in. Okay, big thing on this track, really watch the high end. It's gonna be hard because I think there's a lot of kind of disperser, vocoder action, which gets it a bit weird. Bass is sounding super up front in my brain. But I feel like I want to hear the drums a bit more. It sounds like they're being kind of overwhelmed. I want them really sitting on top. I like this variation here. the sub work too. Very interesting and bendy. Yeah. The sound design is cool, but I like to hear the mix on it cleaned up a bit, especially in the high end. This can be very hard because it sounds like you're using a bit of disperser vocoder. And I like that subtle riser out. Then layering some more instrumentals over top. Yeah. The bass is definitely too loud and harsh. That's my main takeaway in this drum. The rest is pretty solid. I like that. That weird distorted sound that came through. I want more of that. Could be cool to come in with like a bit of switching off sound, you know, switching sounds off, kind of more of a call and response fashion. I mean, it's rhythm, so a lot of it's going to be the same sound variation. Speeding up the BPM, interesting. Drum and bass. I feel like I would have liked to hear a bit more of this 5-beat instrumental here before the build. Could have been cool because I was liking it. Again, with the drums here, you can really hear the drums getting kind of drowned out again. And I mean, just generally, the structure or the variations, arrangement, whatever word. I mean, this is pretty much repeated from your first drop, besides the drum and bass pattern, you know, which is cool, but I feel like more can be done. You can finesse it more. You can maybe still have the drum and bass part, but, you know, switch it up a bit more, or scrap the drum and bass and, you know, take in favor of that, have, you know, just a variation on the first drop, you know, with kind of a different flow, maybe more call and response action, interaction between different basses. Yeah, outro gets the job done. You know, mostly just a few things with the mix down, harsh highs, get those drums busting a bit more. And I'll just like a bit more variation and maybe a bit more of a break there. But beyond that, solid track, it slaps. The chat likes it. Gives Sakura a follow, despite him asking about Feedback Friday. It's called Feedback Friday because I give feedback on a Friday. And unless I say otherwise, it's always on. That's just a rule of life. Up next, Confidant with What You Sellin', plus a bunch of lovely names here. Love to see them. Confidant, What You Sell. Let's just get right into it.
Like the number 8.
Okay, so for this intro, it's cool. I'm not sure if I'm feeling this main lead. Well, I just feel like this whole arrangement is coming off as a bit dry, especially with the kind of wow, 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 which is cool, but I'm feeling a bit of a layer because it's sounding just a bit like crunchy, you know? Maybe it's a bit of clipping on it, who knows? I feel like it's really sitting on top, but I don't really think it's the most interesting element by any means. And drums mixed down slapping as well. And cool transition out. Okay, so pretty quick build. I felt like you could have spaced it out a bit more because it's coming off as a bit rushed, you know? Just have a bit more time before this intro for the build, you know, a bit more tension. Yes, the boys, lovely. Those the boys are in the room right now. I can bring them out shortly. That reminded me I should give Joe a bit of a treat, because I have treats. Yeah. And this drop is obviously slapping despite me being distracted. Give Joe a treat. Lots of interesting sounds coming through here. I'm gonna back, gain my surroundings. Here's the thing, though. It sounds like theory-wise, it wants to resolve. Dun 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 dun. Sounds like it wants to hit the dun. Dun, dun, or whatever note that is. You can figure it out. Go match it. Sounds like that's where it wants to resolve, you know, but a lot of your basses are not playing around that note. Which isn't bad. It just makes it sound a bit tense. And I feel like if you just have one part where it breaks down into that would really slap because it's where it resolves. You feel me? I feel like this variation was a bit dramatic. And the flow, I feel like the flow switches up quite a bit, you know. I want something that's like easy to follow, and you know, somebody can hear it the first time and be like, "What's the flow?" And they can be like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." You know, while I feel like there's a lot of kind of like syncopation in here, which is fine, you know, just make sure you own it, right? Because as is, it's just coming off as a bit hard to follow rhythmically. It does that in second drop. Okay. I feel like this break is kind of long for not much really changing besides the filter opening. definitely a bit more developing forward here. Where I haven't prepared.
Like the number 8. 8.
And you said it did that in the second drop, but I'm not hearing that.
8.
You know, I mean, I'm hearing that sub note hit that, but I want to hear the sound design, you know, because that's what people are following musically.
8.
You feel me? And of course you can have a bit more of an outro there, just kind of fade that little loop out. Yeah. Really solid stuff. Just styling that arrangement. I mean, which is easier said than done, and it sounds like a little, but it could end up being a lot. But you know what I mean, really. There's plenty of good ideas here. You might just want to take one and kind of run with it, you know? Like just find the part you think slaps the most and kind of copy and paste that and add variations on that rather than having so much variation and flow switch ups and all that jazz, right? Right, of course, all is subjective. If you really believe in the track, you know, push it in that direction and sell it, you know. But beyond that, give Confidant a freaking follow because he deserves it, because I said so. And I'm not sure what the number 8 has to do with this track. Very cryptic, very spooky. See, look, and it has 8 plays too. If it wasn't spooky enough, you missed that? Oh my gosh, and there's an 8 in his URL. Alright, the stars are aligning. It all makes sense now. What? I literally swear that was just an 8, unless I just mistook a 3 for an 8. Alright, forget it. As well. 9, 28, 20, Let me run this back. I like this bit of tension creeping up. Nice use of filters. Except I feel like I would like to hear just slightly more indication that the beat's about to drop. You know, maybe just a bit more kind of rising type of action. So theory-wise, in this arrangement, feels like it's doing like dun dun dun, and you hit the dun, dun. But I feel like you never hit the dun dun dun. You never, like similar to Confidant, you don't hit the dun, you don't hit that root note, which would really make the cadence super satisfying. You know, because it's really sounds, you hear it goes burn, 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 and you want to hear it go burn because that's what the background melody is implying, you know, the chord progression. But then it just going dun 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 dun, which like dun dun dun, dun dun dun. Not a very satisfying cadence compared to dun dun dun. You get it. You feel it. Yeah. And the drums could definitely come in a bit harder, just a bit louder overall. And I think I would like to hear them kind of work into the kind of riffs, the flows you have going on, right? And if the flows don't really work with the kind of drums you have going on, you know, rethink both maybe. I'm not saying you need to do that, just see what you can do to really get the drums and the rest of the arrangement interacting. It just kind of comes in hard out of nowhere, give me kind of a build-up vibe. I'd maybe like this kind of low pass in, or have some type of tension or indication that it's about to get heavy, right? Sounds a bit excessively clippy though, especially in the stereo field. This bass sounds a lot more stereo than the rest of your bass. Yeah, could definitely have a bit of a kind of low passing, or if you really want to drop it heavy, make that clear right before it happens. I would like a bit more impact. It sounds kind of anticlimactic, you know, especially without the pre-drop. You know, it has so much loudness, so much gritty, scary spookiness up, then it's just kind of like, oh. Nothing really comes in, it just kind of continues this. I want to hear something new happen. Or at the very least, you can have a kind of impact coming out, you know, to really... You want to provide some type of, like, release within the arrangement, even if you want it to be, like, kind of anticlimactic. For a reason, you know, you want it to be like, all right, build up tension, then it's just kind of like, ooh, you know what I'm saying? Cool arrangement here. Lot of bass creeping in here, sounding very clippy. So I feel like this part's kind of anticlimactic. Doesn't really have a whole lot. Not sure if like it's supposed to be heavy or kind of spaced out, you know. And the Bunting, I'm feeling that more of kind of a background element rather than like a main focus. That it's like, oh shit, like it just dropped on him, you know. And I feel like generally you want to be mindful of, like, if you really want something like be upfront and slappy, it's gotta like play around that root note, really, you know. Just keep that in mind, all of you. Vocal samples could be cool in here. That 1 cent sounds kind of vocally. I feel like this bass creeping up, I want it to be subtle. It's not coming off as super subtle to me. It's just kind of like this bass is just coming in and overpowering anything without much regard, which I mean could be the vibe. I'm not sure about that. Especially when there's nothing else really in the arrangement besides this bass to indicate like the change that's occurring, you know, and no kind of little pre-drop break. I don't know, I like my pre-drops. I just feel like that bit of silence makes impacts that much harder. I say that all the time. Stand by it. Yeah. And the drum pattern here is a bit weird. It's not that it's too weird. I think one thing is you definitely want that snare to come through on the like the 2 and 4 harder than the other beats. You know, you could maybe have perks on the other beats or just change the velocity of the snare, right? So that break is super clear, and just having the drums louder would make it make more sense. Really be breaking up the beat. maybe think of like this part having it here, you know, because I feel like maybe this is supposed to be just like kind of a fake out, you know, but it came off kind of weird for a fake out. Then bring it back in, while if you just have that riser kind of bass be fulfilled into this drop, it might be more satisfying. I like this arrangement at the end here. Pretty cool. Another thing to note is like, so this kind of comes back to the like the bass music theory. You want it to play around the root note. Like with this block, you know, it sounds like the fattest, most interesting sound design, you know. So maybe having this kind of melody, I feel like, for me at least, it would be better suited as more of a background element, or not a background element, but a more melodic element, you know. And the crazy sound design, I feel, is often suited. Like you can't have too much crazy. So I feel like if you're going to have something very melodically and harmonically shifting, you want to keep it simpler. While really crazy sound design, I mean, really crazy sound design has simple riffs, while crazy riffs have simple sound design. You understand what I mean? You know, I feel like it's really hard to get both, and if you do have both, it's really hard to nail it. Did that make sense? I was stumbling over my words for a minute, but you know, simple sound design, crazy riff, crazy sound design, simple riff. You know what I mean? I don't know. Because now I'm kind of hearing it interact with the gritty bass, right? Which wasn't very clear at first. Which goes back to resolving to that root note, you know. I would just maybe make the sound design, a bit more similar, you know, so it really sounds like, you know, in some way. I don't know. I'm definitely feeling a bit more of the idea, but it took me a minute to get what you were going for with the kind of call and response interaction, you know, which, I mean, is a testament to Roy's brain. You feel me? Yeah, that's just pretty solid. Another thing, I'm not really hearing any chords in here. I'm hearing that dun dun dun, with that background kind of paddy sound. But I think it could be cooler to have that same kind of thing, same kind of cadence as chords. You know, maybe sound a bit lusher. Nice. Yeah. A lot of cool sounds in here. Very interesting arrangement. I think it just needs to be dialed in, made super clear for the listener, both like the direction it's going and the structure and the kind of interactions between the two sounds, you know. But yeah, I always feel the need to summarize at the end, but of course you can skip back through the video and catch everything. Solid stuff as well. Give them a follow, of course, because the homies follow homies. And if you're here, you're a homie whether you like it or not. Forced, state mandated homies. I'm the state, by the way. Quick unannounced break there to use a tissue, right? But up next, Vampy Wikis. Let's just get right into it. Let's go. Damn, that's cool. So you submitted this track. Way to go. Guess you did some changes. Kind of cool vocal here. Got that G-force in the back, and when we go super fast, I tell my girl I had to blast me. We gon' turn that shit around. I might go turn. As for the vocal mixing, I like the cool effects on it, but I feel like I still want it to be a bit more upfront. Upside down, I pray to God that this be. I think you could just straight up be louder. That and the drums are a bit loud, which kind of sets the whole thing a bit off balance, you know. I feel like I could hear more of the other bits. Another thing is that helps with the clarity is I'm hearing a lot of mids in your arrangement, you know. Make sure you be mindful of how many mids you're stacking up, and if you do have a lot of mids, scoop them a bit. They like it. It's nice for them. Go turn that shit around. I might go turn it upside down. I pray to God that this be over, knees and face upon the ground. I tell them I can put it all where they need to go. Hit the track, get back, cause another road down. Also, the vocal might just be a bit too wet. So you can layer it a bit. We'll use that, make it more stereo for this drop. Some sounds are coming in a bit louder than others, and some are coming out a bit clippy. How can I tell about the mids? It's nothing crazy. If it just sounds a bit muddy, you know, it's mids, you know. And if you go in with the EQ and you just solo like the lows, mids, and highs, it's pretty easy to tell. Like if you like close your eyes and be like, is this mids, lows, or highs? So you can probably say it's mids. Yeah. Very cool. I really like the rap here. The bass here especially sounded a bit clippy. Lots of crazy sounds though. It sounded a lot fuller than the other basses. Like this. Very fat. Again, I don't know if it's... See, here's the dilemma. Like, I don't know if it's me or all these tracks have the same mistakes in common. So, this is a similar thing where I talk about the root note, right? So like your hardest bass is like that I would probably say has the most impact, right? And if something has the most impact, I feel like it should be on the root note, you know? You see how the I know it's the root note because if you end the song there, it would sound resolved. You know, I mean, that's kind of abstract, kind of weird, but long story short, you're not having the strongest impact on the root note of the song, which kind of, it does slap. Like, the sound design and arrangement is definitely slappy enough to get away with it, right? But I feel like if you had it would slap a lot harder. Just because, you know, that resolve is super satisfying. Understand what I mean? While you pretty much have the call rather than the response on the root note, which I feel like should be the opposite, because you want the call to be like, then the response to be the answer. You know, the answer a lot of time is going to work around that root note, that resolve. If that makes sense. So watch the width and loudness on these basses. Watch the kind of clippiness of them. Copy arrangement. Little break, bring it back to the rap.
Coming with all my bros. Big session popping bottles. 8 bitches and they all models. Froze wrist like band. No more playing in the dirt. Had to put in work. Made it a pancake. GG making knees weak. Bass hit you to your nose weak. Society life.
This is with rap feedback. I feel like some of the flows hit a lot harder.
45 hit you, I'm saying.
Like some parts I'm like, yeah, that's it, but other parts I'm like, yeah.
That's my.
Of course, the processing again. Nice little pre-drop. Bad. Damn. More of that. More of that. More of that, please. Thanks. More of that too. Stuff here. Nice little mix out outro here. Impact at the end. Yeah, really solid track. Like the rap over it. Super cool arrangement, vibey stuff. All that. You killed it. Vampy Wikis. He deserved the follow. He earned it with this one. He's been working for it. Nothing but the follow. And the follow he gets from all the homies right now. Okay? But really take note, all of you, about the kind of resolve. You know, here's your theory lesson. Don't make me open Ableton again. Actually, I feel like I want to illustrate it, right? Because I think you can all benefit from that. And I'm not about to make another theory video just to talk about that. No whip this meek. It's not even worth the submission. Come on. Come on. Okay, 18 hands music switch. And Sapien collab whip. Awesome. Okay, so look back here. Okay, wait. So let me lay down a beat real quick. I just want to demonstrate this. Everyone pay attention. This is important. You should be paying me for this. That's how important it is. Okay, so here's our beat, right? Okay, it kind of sucks. It's kind of lame, honestly. Look, we just add drum bus, it makes it better. I'm just making a half decent beat so you can better understand what I'm trying to say. Okay? This is about the theory resolution stuff in basses. Whatever. This is good enough. Okay, so if I have a bass that's going like, let me add hats first. See, first you gotta add the drums, then you gotta add the hats. And it's like, oh, I need a background arrangement. And then before you know it, it's a full song. Okay, so like, let's pretend this is the bass, right? This is the song. This is the bass we're using. It's a saw wave, but it's fine. It has the weird processing on it, so it sounds half decent. Okay. Look, we can add the disperser just to make it saucy and slightly cooler with not much effort. So if I go to... see how that riff like kind of slaps, right? Versus something like this. Watch if I go. I mean, that wasn't a great example, but you see how it's really just about that resolve. Man, it's because I'm streaming. All right, you're gonna send me a computer. I don't know about that, but it's not a great illustration, right? So let me just like. Okay. So here's our riff, okay? Here's our riff, right? You see, that's slappy, right? But if I were to have it like this, I mean, this is obviously off key. You're not like, oh shit. You might be like, oh shit, just because of the cadence it has, because the cadence is still pretty strong. But just having it resolved to this root note makes it sound way better. Versus this. You see what I mean? Right, that wasn't the best illustration ever. But that's why I resolved to the root note. I mean, it's gonna make more sense with a more complex arrangement, right, than just saw waves and one sound, obviously. But long story short, don't just do it. You gotta know it. Well, just do it, actually. Just do it. You don't even have to understand it. Just do it. Make sure you resolve to root notes. You know, instead of just playing around them. You know, and you can play around them, but make sure you resolve to them at some point. I mean, you don't need to do anything, but resolving to them, especially in bass music, is a really simple way to make a big impact musically. Root note is what the key is named after. So if I'm in E minor, E is a root note. If I'm in D major, D is a root note. All that. Switch. This is slapping. Cool intro. I like how it's creeping in. Lots of cool sounds. Very tense teasing. This is very slappy. Very solid. See, look, I want to download to this track just so I can transpose a part of it to show you the root note thing. That's what I'm thinking about, right? But obviously this track slaps, right? Really cool how you like tease a kind of simple, more simple bass riff. Like the ban kind of Jaws type beat, right? But then the drop came in, it got super complex and breaks insane. I feel like a lot of that mid and high sound design could be a bit more up in my face. Maybe OTTs, probably mostly just volume and a bit of width too. See, he even fixed the download so I can mess with it and show you all what I mean. Excellent. You guys you will all understand by the end of the stream. Everything there is to know. Drums are slapping. I feel like with the silences, the beat is a bit erratic. I feel like there should be, well, there's not a ton of fills, obviously, right? Which silence is cool, but I feel like you kind of at least want to tease or like have quote unquote like ghost notes, if you're familiar with that, like on the more even beats, right? To kind of contextualize the kind of weird offbeat riff. Because it's coming in kind of like very syncopated, you know, and I feel like to get away with this kind of syncopation, you need to at least like hint at like more straight beats. I don't know. Kind of weird. Nice little break here. I feel like for this kind of break, you can maybe add a bit more kind of like atmosphere stuff or just like cool sound effects to kind of make it more breaky. Or at least that's what the vibe like I get at some point. You kind of want to bring it into a break and then kind of bring it back into craziness. Rather quick though. So after this bit here, I see you like chop it up a bit in weird rhythms, right? Where is that? You see something like there? I mean, it kind of adds to my weird theory. No, it's not a theory. I feel like silences work better when you kind of know where to expect what's happening, you know? Rather than this kind of crazy one. You know, that adds the fill phenomena. Thank you, Matthew Wynn. Glad to see you here, Matthew Wynn. Because you could just use more stuff to kind of contextualize the weird, crazy rhythms. Yeah, solid tracks, solid outro. I'm just picky about the rhythms. Really like the weird rhythms, I think just how you execute them is what's going to make or break the track. I mean, you pretty much already made it, but I really want it like slapping, not just slapping. I'm talking 2 slaps, maybe even 3 if you can push it that far, right? But look. So look, here's our track in Ableton. It's kind of cool. I can like see what you're doing here. Okay. Look, I can take all your tracks and just analyze them within Ableton. Look at the whole waveform. Check the spectrum, right? So look at this. So if I were to do that, right? Like the cadence just isn't as strong. It's sounding slightly better than I expected it to, but you see what I mean? If it goes ban, it goes ban, versus ban, ban, ban. You see, I mean, it would still slap because it just makes the resolution kind of more stretched out, you know. But I hope you can kind of hear what I'm saying, because every attempt to illustrate it, it ends up sounding half decent. But that's a problem with music. Like literally anything sounds good if you really think about it. Do you know what I mean? But unfortunately, and with all the sound design, it's kind of hard to make it out, you know. And your flow is already super solid, so it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. Look, here's mastering. I'm gonna master your track with some OTTs. Perfect. There we go. No, but like the OTT, it actually sounds half decent. That's because I think you're just mids and highs could use a bit more beef. There we go. Yeah, but I'm done messing with the track. But you like, hope you can see what the frick I'm trying to say, because I'm not even sure I can anymore. Right? So long story short, go like, don't go like, don't do that, just go. The collab. Look, here we go. Look, now it's rhythm. I'm gonna make it rhythm. What's the BPM of this? Like probably like 80. 80 maybe. 90. Look, here's a collab. I'm messing with it now because I got it. Finally got my greasy hands on it. What's the BPM? Right, we're doing it. This is the collab. 80, 84. Yeah, that seems right. Here we go. Now it's going to be rhythm. Here we go. It's kind of coming off weird with the kick. Here we go. There we go. See, it's fun. I'm just having fun. Okay, this is going nowhere clearly. Okay, but you get the idea. Hope my illustration made sense, and I hope the fucking with things was entertaining. Because up next, the real tutorials are on Feedback Friday. That's what they don't tell you. But give 18 Hands a follow for the heater and for understanding basic principles of music theory. No. Check out my arrangement video. Check out my arrangement video. It's in there. It's all in the Yo Man. It's all in the Yo Man. If you really want, look, you can go in with the auto pan. I'm not done. I'm just getting started, actually. This is no longer Feedback Friday. This is... Where's the beat? Bring in the beat. There we go. Here we go. There's more. There we go. Okay, no more. I'm being tempted by very poorly executed sample manipulation. But let's go with Toasted Buns, Limps, an actual new submitter. Oh my gosh, he's still adding more percussion and basses. But I don't care. I don't care. I love it as it is. Guys of the squelchies, cool atmospheric sounds, cool spooky melody as well, cool percussions. Sounds like plenty of percussions to me, but by all means, add all the percussions. Cool intro. Kind of spacing weird, but with the beat. With a nice riser here with this riser. If one link doesn't work, check the other links, because there's a bunch of them in the description. And as for this beat, I got distracted by the rat. Here's a quick rat break. This is the new rat. He still doesn't have a name. I'm liking the name Spoon, though. Spoon seems like a fitting name. Wait, you gotta look. You'll like this angle of him. But as for this song, I was expecting a bit more of kind of like riffage, you know. But as of right now, it just sounds like a lot of weird sounds with a drum beat with an 808 hitting at the beginning of every bar. You know, which nothing wrong with that. It's not what I was expecting. And I don't know, I was just hoping that more would kind of fill in from the original. It kind of has a kind of beat-like arrangement, you know. Of course, like you say, more basses could obviously make it have more content. You know, not a whole lot really changes from the intro, besides adding in sub. Especially considering you have the, well, not really anything. Because I realize you do still have the same bass hit. You know, I just want to hear some distinct flow. As of now, it sounds like there's a bit of cool melodics in the background, a lot of sound effects, some rhythm stuff, but there's really nothing to hold on to, I feel. You know, I feel like a lot of the times it's nice to give the listener just like one main kind of focus that they could be like, all right, this part's slapping, like basically just something with a rhythmic flow and a bit of a cadence to it, you know, just a riff. I'm not sure what your intention with the track is, but I'm just craving something like that. Unless this is the type of intro, but for an intro it's going on pretty long. It's going to be around like a minute 30 by the time it develops. Jesus. He's chittering like a maniac. You hear him? No. He's chittering like an absolute maniac, bro. Like, he's like shaking this rat. Rats chitter. They like chatter their teeth when they're very happy. So I guess he's happy. He's happy to be on the stream. Loves his fans. Yeah. I really like all the elements you have going on, and the beat and the percussion is all excellent, but I just want that main flowing riffy element. That's about it though. Jesus Christ. The maniac. Yes, he's gonna do it. Never chitter this. Loves toasted buns. Did you see him do it? Okay. Yeah. Lots of cool sounds, but I mean, I'm not sure what your intention is. You can have some like flowy bass stuff. I heard a bit of it kind of kick in here, but quickly was lost to other sounds, you know. Yeah, my went blank. I'm too busy focusing on the rat. I'm sorry. I like the rat, okay? But, yeah, either that or you have more melodic focus, you know, melodic lead. Just something like that is what I'm feeling. Beyond that, the structure is pretty good. You know, maybe, like, have a bit more contrast, you know, take out some drums to have a bit of a contrasting section. Because you pretty much have the same beat going throughout, which is cool, but I think you can make it more of a journey by just bringing stuff out and in, you know? you know. Hope that was constructive enough because I'm stumped. It sounds good, but it's just missing that little bit. Yeah, that main riffage is all I can really think of. Hope you guys like the rat. Terraria vibes. Yeah. And really solid stuff, especially for your first submission. Love to hear it. Love the rat. Hope you guys like the rat. The nameless rat. Joe. Not Joe. This isn't Joe. This is the new rat. I can bring Joe on here, though. No. Joe's gonna be feral. He's gonna start, like, foaming at the mouth and stuff. This guy, he's just gonna hang out. He's very polite. He's very sweet. Look at him. He's so polite. Eva likes this rat better. She thinks Joe is feral and should be put down. No. No, but she thinks Joe's weird. I don't know why. Joe is the least weird guy ever. Just not the same as Joe. Oh my gosh. This guy's a sweet guy. What? No, what do you mean? He's saying he likes Joe better.
No.
No.
Let's put it to a vote.
Alright, do you guys... Everyone's gonna like Joe. Joe's the OG, bro.
But they haven't met the new guy.
No, Joe has more character. This guy, his character is like, he's a little shy, nervous guy. He's sweet, though. He's a sweet guy. Can you see him? Can you see him? Where is he? Oh, yeah, there he is. Okay, he's a rat. He's a rat. He's very sweet, nervous guy. Joe's got a lot of character. He's real weird. Stuff. Grab Joe. I want to see Joe.
Come on.
I'll grab Joe. I'll grab Joe. Little break in the stream. Little rat break. Sorry, the rats are just way too tempting. Bunting, where's my music at? On my SoundCloud. It's in the description. Don't laugh.
You weird like Joe, bro.
Yeah, that's why I like Joe, because I'm weird just like him. This guy, not weird.
Oh, wait, we can move these.
Okay. Joe, you can sleep. Wake up, it's time for your stream. Time for your stream.
Do you want me to hold them?
Yeah, hold them. Time for your stream appearance. Time for your stream appearance, Joe. He looks grumpy. He's mad. Okay. Got the boys. We have both the boys. They don't get along. If I don't watch Joe, he'll bite the new guy. But look, here's Joe, here's the new guy. They aren't buddies, they hate each other so much. They're sworn enemies. But hopefully they become buddies in the future. But yeah, there's some rats. Go do some rat stuff for me. Do your rat tricks. Oh boy, that's so cool, Joe. See, Joe's crawling around and stuff. This guy, not cool. Not doing cool rat stuff. Joe's on the shoulder. He's creeping around. This guy, he's still sniffing. What do you smell? You smell them? Yeah, they stink, I know. The flock stinks. They don't shower. Just like me. Alright. Joe's lurking around. Let's see what Joe's doing. See, there's a new rat. He's gonna sniff him. Sniff. Okay. I think there's been enough rats. Thank you guys for watching rats. I love it. This is now a rat channel. No more music. No more feedback. None of that. Just rats. Okay, say bye. Say bye, little rats. They're gonna kiss. No homo, though. They're not gay rats. They're very straight.
Very alpha.
Very straight. Joe has high testosterone. That's why he bites him. He's too alpha. He's too alpha, bro. Joe's too alpha. Okay. Rats are done. Let's actually play some music. Thanks, guys, for looking at the rats. Don't point and laugh at Joe. Joe's polite. Yeah, Joe's the OG. That's right, Tanark. Joe is the OG.
No, he's not.
No. Lone Wolf has 2 pet snakes. Alright, band. You got a cat. Rat fight. Taking this track. See, I don't even know. Make what? I don't understand what Chamber's saying. Make them make potions or be atmospheric. What? Are you talking about the rats? And yes, Meta, I'll sign your child's forehead when I'm in Chicago. So a lot of the times I say this thing about your tracks, which I say about a lot of tracks, which I don't even know if it's valid feedback or not. But you know, there's not one thing to grab onto, but sometimes that's a good thing, and some people like it. But this track, I'm feeling a bit more to grab onto, you know. When it drops, especially, you can kind of hear for that cone response. Bim, bim. Hear the bim, 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 bim. Kind of a cone response between the bass and the chords. Nobody likes the new rat. What? Eva says you don't know the new rat like she does, so that's why you don't like him. Once again, super lush with the atmosphere. I like how you move your mix down in the direction of, you know, having elements stick out rather than all kind of just fade into the same type of business. Which I admire. See, I can tell you don't want to... Oh, I mean, I don't know. I'm projecting, but it seems like you don't want to, like, just give in to, like, the straight lead. You want to keep it, like, spacey. That's kind of your vibe, you know? I mean, clearly. But I feel like this is a nice compromise. Just having very subtle kind of cone response action. This second half, I would like to be a bit more varied. I feel like I'm really liking the cone response, subtle interaction here. But as it progresses, you kind of switch it to flow a bit. I feel like the cadence isn't as strong between those. Yeah. Mainly this last half at the end, I just feel isn't as strong. And for the beginning, I feel like it starts off beautifully and swells into, develops pretty nicely. Alright, new rule. No mentioning of, okay, I don't know why I clicked on general. Because it just stopped the track. That's foolish. No more mentioning video game music. Nope. Tenark's first to be banned. He just said it. Yeah. Really unique in the way you build up tension with those weird textures too. A bit of sub action as well. Lots of cool sounds. Yeah. Really interesting stuff. You definitely got your own sound. Me, I don't know if you like, maybe I forced you through my excessive feedback to add some more kind of cone response stuff you can follow, right? But I like this direction. I would like to hear more of that stuff, and I feel like this first cadence, of course, is stronger than the second, you know? But yeah, that's about all I can jog my brain for. For more feedback, you'll have to reach out to me on PayPal, Paulbot, but no. I'm messing. But solid track. It vibes. I like it. Would like it to develop even further, even though it's like, well, it just feels short, you know? It's kind of a slow burn. I feel like it can build up an even bigger crescendo, climax type of beat. You know, and I'm gonna say it. Well, I'm not gonna say the V word. You know what the V word is. We just talked about it, right? But I'm gonna say, like, I still feel like even more substance, even more stuff up front, you know, could make it more interesting. At least maybe you can have one part of the song be a lot more atmospheric and spacey, but then develop into kind of some more solid ground, some meat to it with some riffs, you know, that are rhythmic and call and response and are followable. But of course, I cannot force you to do anything. I believe you like this sound, Flood, and you also like not uploading the SoundCloud and sending it in Discord for whatever reason. But yeah, solid stuff. I give you the role. You're in fact a producer. Okay, I don't know why I decided to give you a role. Now I gotta give everyone a role. You can all get your own roles in the role channel if you really care that much. But yeah, Tanark up next. Tanark who hates rats. He doesn't like rats, so not excited for this one. No G word? I said V word. V word. It sounds like Undertale. In real? You think it sounds like Undertale?
I wasn't listening.
Okay. Okay, Eva hates Feedback Friday. Okay, let's go. The V word. Tanark hates rats.
Announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Blessed be our new
Angry
founding
music.
fathers and America, a nation reborn.
Purge sample. That Ree's coming in a bit harsh, very high-endy, more of a lead, I guess. A Hoover lead, even. Yeah, what if did rats bite you when you were little or something? Like, I don't know what it is. I like this Hoover lead. Very tense, a lot of tension, a lot of spookiness. Feeling very scared. In fact, a little too scared, so I'm gonna have to skip to the next track. This is too scary for me. Alright. Alright, Foul Tanark, you know, no. But I'll listen to it, okay? What? Okay, I'm done being goofy. Serious feedback. Oh, it sounded quite loud. A little too loud for my stream. I'm gonna have to skip. So watch the harsh frequencies and just watch how much stuff you have going on, especially of a similar texture, you know? I feel like a lot of your stuff has this kind of like noisy quality, which it just really caused by just a bunch of layers that aren't very distinct from each other. Like that sub work. Around this part, you know, it's already repeated once. I would like a bit more stuff kind of building in. You know, around halfway through, once a bit more creeping in. You have some nice stuff creeping in here, build up more tension, kind of break it down into a build up. Bam, bam. Plenty of time to build up a good amount of tension to the build as well. Really does. Nice pre-drop. Very bro-steppy sound here. I feel like the main basses could definitely be a bit more upfront. You know, just get them louder, OTT them, widen them. Might be that the kind of sub is taking up some of the room. Another thing is, effectively, well, you can tell from the waveform, you know, like the build-up coming off as louder as the drop, you know, which can be hard, especially with, you know, the drop a lot of time is just a few basses going on, while the build-up is a ton of stuff combining. You can even just automate the master volume, you're allowed to do that sometimes, right? But of course, just get those main basses louder. I like the bro steppy growliness. Very nice. And I especially like this variation on the timbre. It's slap in my opinion. Quick little break into a build. Slapping. Really cool switch up. This track is solid. I really like what you do with the structure, especially not being afraid to have a bit longer build up for a bit more tension. Just a little, like maybe a tiny bit more development here, right? But the biggest thing I feel like is the mix down. You know, it's mostly just how the basses are sitting, how full they're coming across. You know, I really like. I think it would like be like a banger. It's got about banger status, right? But I think it would be banger times 2, maybe times 3, maybe to the power of 2. As long as you find a way to get those basses really sitting right. You know, not sounding so noisy, just sounding super upfront, crisp and clear. You know, probably watch your layers as well. It sounds like you're not afraid to have quite a bit of layers. But sometimes less is more, right? I think that's something they say, right? And yeah, follows Denark. I was so brave to make it through his track. It's too scary for me though. The picture too, way too scary. Okay. Let's just go. Newman Master.wav VGB. Newman. Leave Joe alone, bro. Leave him alone. Get away from him. What? Anything cool about you? Look, I know what. Guys, new Joe lore just dropped. He pissed on Eva and started looking it up because he cleans up after himself. See, the new rat wouldn't do that. He's not polite. He doesn't want to clean up after himself. But this track, you submitted it last week. And I'm liking some of the changes, you know? Got a really solid intro with the teasing. Drums come off a bit loud in the intro. Impacts nicely into this drop though. I think I might have said something last week about it being a bit more plucky too. I sense a bit of that pluckiness, but I feel like maybe even a hair more pluckiness. Snare's coming off quite loud. Yeah, Timothy Black says velocity on snares could use variation. Tanark, peace out, rest well. With that feedback, you better be thinking about that feedback all night. Thinking about how many OTTs you can use for the mix down and all that. I should switch to Twitch. I mean, I don't see the point because my viewer base is on YouTube. But yeah, velocity on the snares. Maybe. I think mostly they're coming off a bit too loud overall. But when you have those the little repetition, it might be nice to have instead of da. Do you feel what I mean? Da. As for this little pre-drop though, I feel like you can have maybe a bit subtle kind of filtering, opening up, creeping in, you know, a bit of riser type of action and stuff like that, just to build a bit more tension before it drops. I feel like the drum beat's kind of erratic at times too. You know, if I'm just hearing this kind of mid-tempo or like whatever synthwave, whatever type beat, I feel like a lot of times I just want that straight four on the floor kind of boot cap, boot cap. And if you do add little breaks in it, make sure you're very deliberate. Also, drop didn't really go on that long without you know, just kind of cutting out into a break with the low pass. Also, I just feel like the bass could use it just a bit more girth on the drop to really make it like a wow bass. Right now, it's like, okay, that's a cool beat, you know, but I feel like you can maybe mess with the sound design, mess with the processing to make it really in your face and just like, like intense, you know? So Joe update. I'm watching Joe, and he's like pulling down a bunch. So there's a toilet paper roll I have up there, which I use to. This is fascinating. But I use the toilet paper roll to like pick up their poops, right? Because when they hang out in the room, they poop a lot. But Joe had took it upon himself. The other rat did this too, where he's just like pulling down pieces from the roll to make his bedding. Look. See him? He got a big wad and pulled it down, and then he's getting more. Look, he's doing it right now. I wish I could turn the camera, but it's kind of hard. Joe's getting his bedding. He's getting ready to have babies. Okay. Always distracted by the rats, not giving enough feedback. So I like the bit of variation here. You have that kind of or whatever. That wasn't perfect imitation besides the pitch, but there's a bit of variation. And you have the kind of pitch bend too. But I feel like I wanted to one up the first drop a bit more. I mean, generally I would like the intensity on the bass to be amped up a bit through like OTTs, distortion, sound design stuff. I know it's impossible for me to get sidetracked. The rat is the main focus. The stream is the sidetrack, okay? Take note of that. But I was gonna say I would like just a bit more variation on this drop, right? But I think the elements are there. It's really about just having some more intensity overall, you know, to make it really satisfying when it finally opens up into it. And also having riser stuff. What? That sub here is kind of slapping out of nowhere. Cool little variation. Timothy Black. Okay. Alright, you're getting put in timeout for that. Yeah. So this part is coming off as slightly more of a thing, but I still feel like it's kind of weird. You know, you have this like mid-tempo, dark vibe, right? But then you just have this weird sound design at the end. I don't know. It might not even be worth having. I don't know. Maybe just treat it more of like an outro. You know, just like a weird little thing to mix it out. Rather than its own part, you know. I feel like you can make it its own part, but as of now, it's just kind of spaced out. The riff is kind of hard to follow. The sound design is definitely cool, though. I don't know. It's just weird. Very different from the rest of it. I don't know. Maybe it would help to have more introduction for it as well, you know, kind of like teasing the bass in a bit more rather than just coming straight in from the other stuff, you know, like having the bam bam kind of low pass or whatever. You get the vibes. I like that little other woo, the kind of growly sound you have going too. Yeah. Cool stuff. Solid track, just want even more intensity and a bit more tension right before. And yeah, and rethink this part. Beyond that, pretty much solid if you ask me. You know, if you ask someone else, they might say something else, but I'm not someone else. Yeah, and for sure, you can catch the stream later, of course, everyone. There's a link in the description. You could see all the previous live streams. Which is also where this one will be stored. Never mind. Schlatt, what do you mean, never mind? Schlatt, I'm very disappointed. I was very hyped to hear your track. I was very hyped. He even added the period, which makes it seem like he's being very edgy about it. Right? It's okay though. You cannot force the submission of a track. When it's ready, it will blossom for the sight of all the flock. Stwank. Stwank. Good word. I will review any genre. Liking this weird sound at the beginning. Cool automation. Creeping up with a bit of a flow in the hi-hat action. I'm feeling like build-up vibes. I'm not sure where the payoff is going to be though. This waveform is giving me not many hints. Adding in more layers. It's getting very swanky. Okay, so I'm digging the weird flows and sound design and arrangement and all that, but dude, I have a problem. So I was just expecting... So here's what I was expecting, right? You have the weird stuff in the beginning for the intro, like a bit more atmosphere in the arrangement, just a bunch of cool samples and stuff. So this is like a bit of a teaser. What I was expecting, like right about here, you have a little like, well, a bit of tension building up, then a drop, and then you know, that sound design would kind of fill up into a drop. You know, have the sound design be a bit more standing out with, of course, the sub underneath, you know, just like you tease the bass and really drop it into a something a bit fatter. You feel what I mean? I feel like that's about where I expect it. You know, you have kind of something like that going on here, but I feel like the sound design doesn't really fill out like I would maybe like it to. I want. Yeah, switching up the flow. I mean, it's one of a kind for sure. But just what I was expecting is I was expecting this riff kind of evolved into like, you know, play off that riff, but just get big and deep, and that's what I would. Hella sound design on this one.
This song is dedicated to Pitt.
Alright, that explains it. That explains it. You know, really weird stuff. See, I'm not sure that's just my idea, you know, but I'm not really sure the direction you're trying to take this track in is the thing. You know, which could be a good thing. You know, but speaking objectively as I can, rather than just like my ideas, I feel like the kind of comes off as repetitive, you know, maybe switch the sound design or flow like a bit sooner. And of course you can, you know, make it evolve into something bigger, like I mentioned, or metamorphize, whatever you want to talk about. And I would like the sub bass to be, I don't know, just a bit more prominent probably. And the beat kind of to support that, you know. Very off kilter. Right, I'm feeling at least one part you might want the satisfaction of just like a straight flow, straight beat on the sub, the sound design, and the drums, you know what I mean? I feel like that's the biggest thing. You know, that of course it can sound kind of empty at times. I feel like it can benefit from more of this kind of atmospheric stuff and weird sound design, just having it a bit more soon. And being more in the background as well, just really like filling it in, making it sound full, you know, so your waveform doesn't look so choppy. Right? Of course, we're not here to make beautiful waveforms, but you know what I mean. It just shows that you can have some more things kind of just to fill it out, make it sound full. Honestly, especially in these early parts, just kind of atmospheric stuff that's super reverbed out and delayed too, maybe could do that for you. You know, another thing this kind of reminds me of is, you know what it reminds me of? And I feel like this song did it well. Look. If you know this song. You know, weird sound, weird flow. But then it drops. You know, opens up into fullness, has a stanky flow and a beat. Yeah, kind of gives me that kind of vibe. Maybe take that as inspiration, how to like really drop it, because I just feel like there's not a part where I'm like, yes, that's it. You know, just kind of weird throughout. And I like a bit of weirdness, but I like a bit of payoff. You know, I think even the weirdest of weird guys, Yeti, which I know you're a big fan of, does have a bit of payoff in his tracks. Definitely some absolute stwank, and one of a kind at that. The chat loves it. They love it. Absolutely heady, as some will say. But up next, of course, give Lil Dilly a follow. He has certainly earned it, right? But up next, Webaverse with the bass druid chiming in, telling us, in fact, this shit is hot. Okay, I was gonna say this shit is in fact hot, but I already said in fact, and that would have been too many in facts for one kind of phrase. So let's just go. The most on-brand thing. Like in the intro, cool impact, cool sounds. Guess you could say the payoff is kind of like when the sub comes in, you know, but I want to make it clear, just make it clear in the arrangement, like crescendo, climax, all that. I really like in this intro. You know, it's somewhat simple, but it gets the job done. Really interesting processing on the percussions.
You are now entering a time warp.
That. Definitely some wubs. Okay, I'm definitely detecting some wubs here. Don't quote me on that. Really nice flow. You see, you know the flow is nice when it has my head bobbing to and fro. Good sub bass too. Really good break here too. Before kind of spacing out, atmospheric. One thing to note, like this drop is super solid. I feel like the kick could come off as a bit deeper. It's kind of sounding like poo 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 while I wanted to poo 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 poo. You feel me? Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt. It gets weird ahead, guys, so be ready for that. I feel like could use maybe just a bit. Could benefit from just a bit more kind of riser tension action right before. The vocal gets the job done pretty well, but I don't know. I feel like just a bit of subtle risingness could be cool. Yeah. You can like fade off the beginning of the kick too to give it less transient, so it has less click and more doofiness. You could also just transpose it down a bit. I don't know. I'm picky about kicks.
What comes next
You like your kicks how you like them, so do it how you want them.
is uncharted territory.
It's uncharted territory.
We do not know what we will find.
Just bump the low end. Boy. Again with the riseriness, I don't know, subjective, but I just like I like some tension. Vocal processing there, and this drop obviously slaps. Outro is good. Yeah. Very professional sounding track. I would just say the pre-drop is the only place that really needs work, in my opinion. Like, cause as is, it's pretty damn solid, and that, you know, a lot of it comes down to subjective taste. Yeah. Definitely has a spacey atmosphere, which is nice. Give the Wubbiverse follow, enter the Wubbiverse if you dug it. You said that you won't be in attendance, but that was in fact a lie. A deception even. Because you're here. Unless this is not you, but an imposter. In which that case, he will be swiftly voted off. Yeah, frequency shifter. Definitely the move. Blackhound, another new submitter. Vibey. Looks like it could be on a t-shirt. That looks like something a boomer would wear on a t-shirt. Okay? Don't stop. Sample sounding very old school. Synth sounded a bit old school too. Like that little bit weird pitch bends. Damn.
Man, fuck this shit, I'm jerking off.
Okay. Damn, the high end on these are hitting. Yeah, watch the high end on these sounds. As for this intro, I like the teasing of the riff. Has a lot of kind of like somewhat corny sounds in here. Sample wise in this little bam 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 coming off a bit corny, but that could be the vibe, who knows. Yeah, and little pre-drop. And this part honestly slaps. Kick could maybe be a bit higher. It gives me like PC music vibes. Coming off as a bit distorted, it sounds like you're having multiple subs at once, which kind of builds up in clips.
Man, fuck this shit, I'm jerking off.
Yeah, and a very creative transition here. Laying down a whole new vibe. Whilst the high end, very hissy, kind of hurt my ears. Club penguin music. Out of pocket. Need to be put in a mental hospital immediately. You're a danger to society. Put in a straight jacket. Sub coming in a bit too much, especially with the distortion. I want to hear the mid and high sound design. Clap coming in a bit quiet. Man needs therapy. Sub fat. Yeah, these lines are really solid. I like the jokiness of it. It slaps hard as fuck. Flow's really solid. Love those subtle pitch bends. And the variation on the second half of the drop is really good too. Even the sub on its own has a really strong cadence, you know? Just like hearing at the end. That could bump on its own. See, look, like in the intro, like I thought he was a noob too. I was like, alright, some noob vibes, but somehow he hit it. It's like it's camp. You know, it's what they refer to as camp. Look up PC music. It reminds me of PC music in the beginning. More of this first slap. Really interesting arrangement, that's for sure. Really just watch the mix on this part here, and you're solid. You'll be headlining at a festival by tomorrow. You're getting booked. Flock Festival. Flockfest. Flockfest confirmed. But yeah, give Blackhound a follow. He's earned it with this spectacular display of musical fireworks. Okay. Flockfest confirmed. Got the Flock Collective, Flockfest. When's the Flock Fuck happening? That's what we all want to know. We're all thinking about it. No. I gotta ask Eva first. Okay. Up next, Lux with his first attempt at bass music. Let's hear it. Me when I burn my toast. Relatable. Lots of cool sounds in here. So the big thing immediately is the mix down. I like a lot of the basses definitely be more front, more OTT'd, saturated with all that business. Make sure the sub is dedicated and on lock. And this main bass for kind of like a death step tear out thing is kind of sounding a bit dry, you know? You can add a bit of like chorus effect, you know, delay effect, combs effect. I feel like that's what it desperately craves as a nourishment. Very moist fills here. I really like this little bit of automation on the reverb. I feel like also this main kind of bass sound design kind of hits the same, you know, kind of monotonous, I would think. You know, so maybe you want to switch it up, you know, maybe switch the LFOs between the kind of different automations, you know, so it has a bit of movement rather than go wow, wow at the same time. It can go wow, 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 you know, whatever that means to you. You know, switch up the LFOs. Very, very, very solid for your first attempt of bass music. I think if this is what happens when you burn your toast, you can definitely get away with burning more toast. You know, and I was thinking, like, it's kind of, toast is kind of weird, like, we'd be cooking bread just to cook it again, right? And what if you, like, overcook bread? Is it gonna be toast then? That's what they don't tell you that. They don't. Like, or you have to cook the bread, finish cooking it, then cook it again. Yes. Everyone, the rats will actually be participating in the flock fuck. They'll be the hosts, in fact. They'll call all the shots, all of them. Ghost Rook. New logo for Ghost Rook. I like it, a lot simpler than the other one. Why is he looks dead though? Death is not good, that's very bad, so. Thank you, Gavin Jones, for the submission. I like this intro here, and I like how there's more stuff developing in. It's lovely, except you can really hear some resonant frequencies peeking through. It gets very harsh. Make sure you scoop those with an EQ or soothe or something like that. Get learned. Death bad, get learned. Here's a rap. To dance on its own, that's why I squirm it away. Go do your thing. He told me I speak rap. So a lot of harsh frequencies stacking up here. So definitely watch that. Watch those harsh frequencies, you know, make sure you catch them with the EQ. Watch the clippiness as well. Watch the loudness, you know, that kind of ties into the harshness and clipping of it. So it's kind of sounding like it's almost sounding like your melody is like a half step above your sub bass. I don't know if that's the case, but watch that. It's sounding like slightly out of key and weird. You can find all the streams in the description in the playlist. You can also just scroll up through the announcements and click on all the old links. No, J Meister didn't EQ his harsh frequencies, and for that, he's disqualified for the next round. Joe interpretive dance. I understand the story. Spoon. How do you know? How do you know what you're thinking about Spoon? That's the name. It's not Joe. We'll refer to him as Spoon. I don't know if I want Spoon to be his name, but that seems to be the best name thus far. So it sounds like it's like a half step above here, then it kind of goes back to their main key. Just watch that. I'm not exactly sure what's happening, but watch it. Planter, he has big nuts. I don't know. I need a sweet boy name. Planter, that's not sound like a sweet boy. He's the sweetest boy ever. Sweeter than Joe even. Which is no... You know, but Joe doesn't try to be sweet. Joe's cool. This is like a little baby's rat. Joe's like a big adult rat. Okay. I'm digging the arrangement. Just make sure you don't kind of interfere with the cadence too much, because the ban dun dun, you know, that ban dun dun is the cadence, you know, and if you mess with the rhythm too much, it kind of messes with the satisfaction of it per se. Sweet cheeks, Spoon. fan of the snare here. Not a huge fan. I'm not a fan of that main lead, at least the way it's mixed in right now. The band and the ghosty sounding thing, even though it sounds ghosty. And another thing is, I feel like there's a bit of contrast that's kind of unintended. You know, just with the way this and then the gets kind of more sparse. You know, maybe you can sell that contrast a bit more through the arrangement. You know, some tension, some transitions. Read the description, read the pin, and you can learn how to submit. Nice little break here. Yeah, just make sure you get the dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's just sounding like that main kind of spooky ghost lead is kind of slightly off key. I don't know. So, kind of like the whole cadence to flow. There's a lot of interesting stuff you have going on here. I feel like the pace is a bit slow, and additionally, I think you really want to like have just a strong cadence, a strong flow, and stay more consistent with it. You know. Because you're having a ton of variations, and they're not very consistent, which could be a good thing. You're just having a ton of flows, a ton of sound design switch, but like, think about something like, I don't know, like Grizztronics, right? Obviously, that is not the inspiration for this song, right? But it's so iconic in that it has such a strong cadence, such a strong call and response, like bam, 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 dan, 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 dan. You know, it's so easy to remember. It's catchy, right? While this, if I heard it the first time, it would be hard for me to like really say like, all right, what's that main riff? What's the groove of the song? It kind of goes like ban, dan, dan. But then it's kind of lost after that. You know what I mean? You see what I mean? I say it a lot, but I'm really just looking for like very solid, iconic even riff. You know, especially within your basses. Because as is, I feel like all your sounds are kind of playing the ban, dan, dan, just in different kind of rhythms, in a different cadence, you know? Which is cool for kind of background elements, but I want something really up front that I can grab onto and be like, all right, band, 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 pick, pick, pick. If that makes any sense at all. And yeah, solid outro though. But maybe like a bit more variations on the second half to make it very distinct in character. There's definitely a bit of that action going on, but I'd like to hear a bit more of that. Yeah. Solid track, just make sure there's a real strong riff front and center, which you're adding variations to. You know, that and/or, I mean, that can fit for more like heavier songs, right? This is obviously very spacey, very down-tempo-y. Right, so maybe what you need is just like a longer progression, right? Because the bam, bam, bam. Like the band, tan, tan. Band, tan, 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 tan. You know, it's playing notes, but it's not really changing the harmony, right? If you were to add a bass line to that, it would just be on the same note. it would pretty much be the same root note, you know, the same root note of F. While if you have something like, let me just put the mic here, going like, you know, I'm not really hearing, or one, that progression isn't super interesting, and I'm not also hearing like that kind of bass line being emphasized, right? Meanwhile, if you had something contrasting it, like, you know, having this bass line kind of contrast for the kind of simple melody you have going could make it a lot more of a journey. You know, I think for down-tempo stuff, you really want a strong chord progression, you know, because that's where all that emotion comes from. It provides all the context for the rest of the arrangement. To the point where, like, if you literally take this track and just add kind of a more interesting bass line, per se, to it, rather than just the kind of, which isn't even a bass line, because I wouldn't call it, it's barely a progression, really. It's pretty much just the same. Same root note, I don't know. A lot of theory stuff, which you might yeah. Hope that made sense, because I didn't understand it. I don't understand my own stuff. This is it, Bunting? Is this it? Because at this current rate, I'm going to find a million more things to pull out of my ass and say. Okay, so basically, well, I tried to talk a bit. Long story short, this is more interesting than this. That would be an interesting progression, but the song pretty much just goes like, which is a vibe on its own, but I think doesn't really do the down-tempo-iness any compliments, you know what I mean? Could be more interesting, have more emotion and context with the more interesting bass line progression, you feel me? Okay, but of course, give Ghost Rook a follow. It's been a minute since I've seen him in the stream. Love to see it. Digging the rebrand as well. And yeah, let's just... Alright, this time you spelled pineal wrong. So, wait, what is this? Is this the, okay. Jesus Christ. Well, you were spelling pineal the other times. I don't know which one it is. I'm reading some facts here. I will get my copy. Okay, so I'm digging this first part, but the real part is nice little pre-drop there, nice little build. Well, yeah, I'm saying this is the part that I felt needed the most work. Sounds like your sub might have like a tiny bit of like tail on it, maybe a bit of reverb on accident, who knows. I Make sure the low end's coming across clean with the mids as well. Nice little first groove. Yeah, I feel like this is balanced better than the previous arrangement. This bit of silence, though, I feel like you could at least have a little fill to fill in that pre-drop silence, you know, or just something, or you can put in a little whatever pineal gland clove. Wait. Run it back. See, look, you pretty much switch the order of the call and response, which I think is good. Because that's what I've been saying. Just makes more sense to me, having more impact on the call and response. And I really like what you did with the Grum Groove. A lot more danceable, easy to follow. I sense some harshness. You mentioned you didn't get the harsh frequencies out. Hey, watch some clippiness. That's detecting some clippiness at some parts. Nice little break here. So another thing to note theory-wise, I mean, I'm always finding new stuff, right? But so you hear the main riff going like, alright, that's the main riff, right? Then you have the way it's worked into the song, it almost sounds like it would be major, so it'd go rather than, you see, even though this also technically makes sense from a theory standpoint, I feel like there's some type of disconnect in that it sounds like it's major, right? Your bass line is in minor. You see what I mean? It's like C major versus A minor, right? And you know, and I don't know how to necessarily transpose that melody off the top of my head to have it similar but still make sense, right? But you see what I mean? And that's why it sounds somewhat off key, even though it technically is. So if I go like, you know, just just something like that sounds more in key because it's minor instead of major. You see what I mean? Hope that made sense. You gotta listen in on it. You know, but yeah, melody's coming across, long story short, melody's coming across as being in C major while your bass line is keeping that minor tone. You know, and while the melody, you can technically argue that it's in A minor, right? It's coming across as major to me, at least. You know what I mean? So, like, in this part, for example, right? It's going. See? That's sounding very major, right? In fact, it's basically implying C major, right? While the key is right. Like when you just play the melody on its own, someone can guess, like your brain's gonna guess which key it's in, right? And they're probably gonna guess when what you mean is that's C major. What you mean to be is in A minor, like this. And maybe something like that could sound a bit like on the Egyptian-y vibe if that's what you're going for. But you know what I mean? It sounds like just you're switching keys, right? Even though that's not what you mean, and the melody's technically correct. Your melody is just playing a lot of the notes of the C chord. You know, I would just write a different melody and have it hit more notes in the A chord. You know, I mean, honestly, I would just have a melody that hits A. Is probably the easiest way to do that. You know what I mean? But this is very nitpicky. It's kind of like out there theory stuff because you can argue that it's in either key, right? And both keys are literally the same note-wise, just like what it resolves to. You know what I mean? But that could partially add to what kind of makes it weird, you know? Unless you're being jazzy, because you can technically argue that this is just like jazzy. You know, I would say it's jazzy because it's not a traditional kind of. You wouldn't expect that to be an A unless it's jazzy, but I'm kind of repeating myself. Hope that somewhat made sense. And if I visualize it, look, or maybe I can visualize it because this is just turned into an entire lesson rather than me giving any feedback, right? But I don't care. I don't care. Okay, look. Okay, so look at this. So these are all the notes being played, right? Look, it's even saying it's a C chord, right? That's because notes in a C chord are... And you're hitting a lot of those notes, look. You're hitting basically like... hitting all these notes, which are very much notes in the C chord, right? Maybe a melody like that would be better because it's hitting more of these notes, which sound more like A minor. You see what I mean? But it's really about the notes. You know, basically melodies imply what the chord is playing, you know? And if you have a melody that's implying a different chord than what you mean, you have to add context to that, or just be very careful with how you do it. See, even this doesn't really sound like A minor. It sounds more like... hope that made sense. Long story short, these notes, the notes in your melody play a lot of notes in the C chord, C major chord, while the key, all your other things, all your bass line especially, is implying is A minor rather than C major. Okay. Done with that. That took too long. I tried my best, okay. Hope you guys could actually hear that. Might have not been able to hear it. Ooh, I like that sound. The ooh. Yeah.
So Jacob named the place Penny Inn.
Yeah, watch some harsh frequencies. Really, it's just that main melodic. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding? Okay. just take that theory thing into mind and see what you can do with it. It's getting better and better each time. But like, just cause, yeah, theory's hard. Home response is hard. It's all hard. It's a big concept, you know, it's a lot more complex than a lot of these tracks, so I don't blame there being a lot of things to rework. But of course, trust your own vision first. I'm having a hiccup.
Boop.
Alright, Eva cured my hiccups. Up next, Arcadian Sound, and of course give J Meister a follow for coaxing that extremely long theoretical explanation. Okay, let's just go. This is very beautiful. Not sure how much is sampled towards you. One of those notes sounded quieter than the others. Interesting snare. I like how it's developing, but maybe like to hear a bit more developing besides just the drums moving forward. Maybe a bit of a transition sound out into this next contrasting section. Snare is kind of sounding excessively low past that part. Not a huge fan of this snare either. This is very cool. Again, not sure how much is you versus this sample, but it sounds cool to me. Had an interesting call and response interaction. Snare is weird, not sure if I'm a fan of it. Very cool sound, very interesting call and response. Kind of getting it more on the grid. with these chords. Chords are sounding kinda thin to me. Make sure you spat the fan across some octaves. At a certain point through here, I feel like it just kind of dies. It passes away. Like I feel like it's repeated enough. You're just like, all right, let's just low pass it out. Let's get it over with, you know. While I like maybe a bit more interesting transition without just kind of like just repeating it until it loses its energy, then kind of fading out. That's kind of what feels like happened here. Probably could have transitioned out a bit sooner. Maybe you take out the drums too. You know, you could just take out the drums in this part just so it's a little break to provide contrast for this right here. Nice little build up here. Could have a bit more riser action besides just the drums. Kick isn't quite hitting as loud as it should. Especially for how weird this section is, I think it should have a bit more introduction rather than just a kind of quick switch off. And also have these kind of weird bass sounds, just that action be a bit more upfront in your bass. And it's almost like in the background, even compared to the kind of background RP elements. Scoop some mids, boost some highs. Man, outro got the job done. Definitely running vibes. You got some good running vibes. Look, the whole playlist, guys, with no tracks in it because they're all private. They're all secret. Wow, man has a few EPs, albums out. Yeah, give Arcadian Sound a follow. Vibey track. I like the arrangement. I just feel like, especially around this part, feel like the arrangement lost some of its charm. You know, and you really have to make sure the direction is super concise and clear. Probably need just a bit of a break here before bringing it back into more to business, if you feel me. Why am I big? How did I do this? Literally, I don't do anything. Oh, I know what I did. Gosh darn it. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay. Eva won't leave me alone, so I'm calling off the feedback. Thanks. Everyone say thanks, Eva. Okay, just kidding. I won't let Eva ruin my whole night. Our whole night at that. But let's go to Whip AF from the Face Man. Weird. The weirdness is occurring. I love it. slaps. Yeah, this really slaps. It's so hella weird, hella unique. This part, the whole thing could be a bit louder, I think. Just coming off as a bit quiet, especially in the intro. Yeah. Yeah, tiny bit of tension here is cool. I feel like the flow could be carried over a bit more. Right now, it just feels like it's split into kind of two parts, right? Boom, 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 boom. You know, instead of like this. Boom, 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 boom. You know, just something in the middle, because you can see it right in the arrangement. There's kind of a break here. Either really sell that, or you can have a little bit of a fill. Maybe you can sell that by having like just a bit more silence rather than coming right back in with a kick. Solid. And in the second half, you can definitely add a bit of variation. You know, you can even just pitch it around. You know, just pitch it up, pitch it down somewhere. You can have even more weird textures in there. I know you'd be using those, and they're nice. You feel me? Just some more variations in the half. I really like the beat though. I feel like you can add like way more flows. Like really just like lay down a bunch of weird flows with that kind of sound and the wub. You know, you can do so much with it. And then pick out your favorite bits, you know. Really cool stuff. Intro, outro, solid. Obviously a short tune, but that's what you do. If you just add like an influx of variation, you can really like add a whole nother drop with pretty similar elements. If you just switch them up. Drop flow as well, I would just like it, you know, I said kind of space in the middle, sell that, or have a type of fill thing. You're gonna do a second drop. Let's go. Just variations from one half to the next, and then second drop. I could feel something like burn it down, 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 burn it. Like if you imagine my burn it down, it's like do 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 do. You know, get a cool quarter note rhythmy flow. Who knows? There's all types of flows you can do with that weird bendiness. You can do a lot with it, and yeah, I would love to hear that a full track. Really hella unique stuff, and I fuck with it a lot. TBH. Give Faceman Beats a follow. Not sure why the chat wasn't losing their minds. It's because they're sleepy. You gotta wake the frick up, okay? Because there's heaters only. We got Sapien here. Oh, it's just an audio sample? Damn. You can kind of pluck it. You can, I mean, not pluck it. You can cut it. Cut the pluck out and then kind of transpose it to your own liking. And as for the sample, it really just sounds like basically a sine wave, you know, with the plucky envelope being pitch bent. Maybe a tiny bit of redux on there, or like kind of distortion. You made it. Oh yeah. Cool sounds. I would like a bit more creeping in besides just the drums. Delayed stuff. Very interesting sound design. Nice bass line. Nice cadence on it. feel like this track could use like some weird flowy sound design over top. And by that, I mean just like bandpass saw waves doing a flow could be cool. It's kind of funny how much that sounds like the bandpass saw wave. That's what they sound like. Yeah, could definitely have a bit of fills too. And just more variation on the second half, which could be used with the kind of like rhythmic elements. Just more kind of rhythmic element to it could be cool. Definitely has room for that. And this intro could definitely be filled up just a bit more. Nice bit of tension. Yeah, really cool sound design. Respace ran through some granular synths. Yeah, but really, like, solid as is, I would just like to hear a bit more variation, some more kind of rhythmic-y elements. You could definitely have some kind of fills there to give it just more flow, more interest, call and response, whatever. All those buzzwords I say way too much. But yeah, solid track, Sapien. I don't have a whole lot to say. Just fill it in. You started out with some good stuff. Just add a little. You don't need to add a lot. Don't need to overwhelm it, but you know. You just know the vibes. Okay. Up next, catalytic. Okay, took me a minute, but I'm here. And cool cover art. And new submitter. So yeah, love to hear a new submission.
Everything vibrates. Everything vibrates. Everything vibrates.
Everything vibrates.
Everything vibrates.
Heavy rhythm track with experimental bass. For your enjoyment. Wow, how kind of you. Cool synths there. I like how you switch it to the piano. Cool melody.
It's like everything is falling apart.
Nice riser. Feel like it's going all over the stereo field, which is kind of cool, but I just want a bit more mono presence. Sounds like it's kind of sitting closer to my left ear even. Not really a fan of the drum selection. Make sure the subflow and presence is on point. Can't really tell through the headphones, but
Everything turns into vibration. It's like everything is falling apart.
and since it's rhythm, you could definitely tease the kind of rhythm for on the floor beat before, and maybe even do some bass as well. And at some parts, sounds like you almost introduce some layers, which makes it comes off pretty messy. And of course, watch some harsh frequencies too. Not hearing as much as you might expect from something like this, but still watch them.
We would like to inform everybody to be prepared.
I feel like you could have a tiny bit more of a break there with how different it is. And this part just slaps much harder than the first part, I would say. I definitely heard a harsh little fill sound effect. Drops the frequencies.
Music of
Cool transition out. I like this part, but I feel like it's kind of hard to fit with the rest, you know? And maybe you can have, I mean, a different break, different intro, right? Or you can just have a bit more of an atmospheric section, you know, before creeping in with that tonality, since the rhythm stuff is very atonal, kind of. Same with the intro, right? Maybe just have more sections with kind of atonality to provide a smooth transition between them. With atonality, I mean just more like weird sound effect stuff.
Good vibration, pure energy, spiritual elevation. And the bass keep knocking like.
Got all the comments.
Take it to the next level.
It might be cool to have some elements be less excessively delayed, you know, for just provide some contrast for that. But clearly the sound design is cool as is. You know, could maybe benefit from contrast. Really cool sounds. You took the rhythm delay to a whole new level.
Listen, there it is again.
Lots of interesting low-end movement. Nice cadence to it.
Quite enough of that, I think. We don't want to overdo it now.
Yeah, outro gets the job done. I feel like there at some times like the flow kind of repeats more than I would like it to. But it's not even the repetition. A lot of the time it's just like how good the flow is, you know. You can have a good flow just like repeat forever and it gets more and more. It gets better the longer you hear it, while some flows get old very quickly. You know, so be mindful of that. Make sure you have plenty of variations in there. Maybe just like a hair more often, right? And yeah, really solid track. Excellent first submission. Hella unique. You nailed it. Drum sounding pretty good too. Not a huge fan of the samples. Would maybe like a bit more of a clap rather than a snare there. But you know. Okay, up next, Tilly. Is this you, Tilly? The room looks vibey. Quite vibey. Like the picture. Cool stuff. Let's just go. Very minimal. You can just see it from the waveform. Definitely have just at least a bit of atmospherics in the beginning if you really want. Vibes. Seems like it cuts off kind of like an uneven bar amount. Oh, but it was really just a fake out. Make sure you make that clear. I think just some subtle elements in the arrangement to show more direction could really help. Of course, man, thanks for the submission. Love to hear it and love to see it. That sub bass distortedness is a bit excessively loud. I really like this melody. I like how you just introduced it in the silence, then brought it right back into the beat. Sounds like a little bat sound. I'm a fan of a little bat. So obviously it's very sparse, right? The beat's good, but I think mostly the stuff around the beat has to be filled in. It sounds vague, but really, you can just have slight. Really, just a bunch of samples, like little impacts, little sound effects, little stuff, all like kind of reverb delayed out to really fill it out. Plus a bit of kind of riser filtering action. Plus maybe a bit of a kind of pre-drop right here to indicate the drop hitting. I have a big payoff. And you could definitely have more kind of melodic stuff in the beat earlier. You know, it's very minimal, very sparse. You know, I think which would also have a bit better payoff, like the minimalness of it. If you have this part kind of like very filled, a lot of action going on, then the drop comes and it's just so minimal that can really like make it have a stank factor just from that unexpected kind of minimality, if that's a word. Nice little fills there. I think you can like add to the fullness by like even just a little like whatever. I can barely say it. I'm not a beatboxer clearly, but adding a bit of delay reverb stuff to that could help space it out, make it cool. It sound like it cut off a bit abruptly. More reverby delayed stuff or something like this. There's more elements throughout, right? The basis is really solid though. It's groovy, it's catchy, it's memorable, which is what matters, right? Quite a solid first submission, just with like a few more elements really filling it up. But you know what to do. You know, if you want, use a reference track, try to pick out some elements they might use, take some inspiration from that, and all that jazz, right? What? Okay, but yeah, solid first track for submission, solid. And sure, honestly, I'd prefer if you did not do this because this is not request sound design. This is Feedback Friday. You know, if you want, I'd rather have you catch me on my like Monday stream. But sure, I'll check it out, and I'll spend like 5 minutes max on it. But you understand? I already told you some stuff about this as well. Well, like what bass in this? Tell me what bass and I will do something. But until then, I will do Frisian, also known as Tasmanian Angel, until Tommy tells me what bass he is curious about. But this is the first time I'm going to do this, and the last time, because again, this is Feedback Friday. It's not request to sound. Not request to sound night. Okay, until Tommy says something, Frisian Waves EP. Everyone agrees it's a nice track, and they love it. This sounds very professional. It sounds very filled, very professional, especially compared to the last few things you submitted. Lots of sub action going on. Cool rap here, maybe like it a bit louder. Lots of cool, weird reverse reverb effects here. So Frisian gave up. He's being ghost produced now because this is like hella better than your previous stuff. You improved exponentially, I would say. Definitely some harshness on some of these basses. Nice break, nice build here. This part's sounding kind of messy. Like, I'm not sure what bass you want to come in because you're having like one bass come in and the other bass like come out and come in. Straight from the Lots of weird stuff here. I'll maybe try to make like kind of a flow a bit more distinct here. Sounds like a bit of excessive sidechain, especially on the snare, perhaps. But it kind of adds to flow a bit, so be mindful.
You coming for that? You coming for that?
That's a crazy and cool sound here. Low end is really on lock as well. Drum sounding pretty clean, pretty in there as well. Nice intro at the end. I'm sus of you because this sounds like hella more professional than all your previous stuff. It finally clicked, or you're ghost produced, or sold your soul, all the above, perhaps. Really solid stuff. It seems like your main kind of riff is like the ban, dan, 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 you know, so maybe you can tease that a bit more throughout, make it a bit more consistent, more of a motif, right? This part seems the least strong to me. Definitely watch some harsh stuff on the high end.
Yeah, you coming for that?
Straight from the
You get the idea. I was just watching the rat poop. He just shit. He let out 2 shits and I was very enthralled by it. Well, I wasn't looking at him because he was shitting. I was looking at him because I was like, what's he doing? He's just kind of standing there all weird. Then he started shitting and I was very like impressed. I was a little impressed. Right, but yeah, really solid stuff. I don't know what you did, but you nailed it. Frisian. Really good sound design, and it all sounds, basses all sound very even with each other. Plenty wide as well, and yeah, it sounds good. Structure good too. I mean, it's just good stuff. Like, you did a hella good job. Teased. Not sure what that means. But look, I'll give you a tiny bit. Just this once. But if you really want something actually substantial, just get me on my production show. Saw wave, vibrato, pitch bend, filter, distortion, layers, detune. Okay, that's it. Now once Ableton opens, I'll do something. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. I'll get this queued up and do something. The Infinite Mind. Who else do we have here? Gertrude with 2 exclamations. Needed to put the title. Make that clear. In work. Some whip IDK. Stealing the Wakan visualizer. Fastest tune. Hell yeah. Liking the art direction. Looks very clean logo. Okay. Look. The WoW lead. Look, let's do tutorial speed run. Alright, get vital. Vital. Don't open link. Yeah, I removed all your stuff. Oh no. Okay. Well, it's fixed now apparently, so. Oh, look. And look, you can go on like the master tune. Let me drag this as something. Matrix, destination, master tune, seconds, See, that's already kind of in the territory. Probably just have like a deeper layer on it. Maybe it could be a distortion. Maybe for a bit of the timbre, you can just like FM something. And you can you see what's going on here. Of course, it's not going to be exact, right? But it's generally in the territory, you know. It's all the subtleness of their processing, you know? But you don't want to sound exactly like them. And they have some automation which makes it go wow 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 wow. You see? Maybe a bit, probably a bit more dramatic on it. Definitely a bit higher. Probably just needs like kind of Maybe just instead of the filter, you know, because any kind of peak. But you see how that's reasonably close. Because whenever you hear wow, 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 it's gonna be a peak. Because that wow, 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 wow is always peak. And you want to know why? Okay, extra bit of knowledge. Extra bit of knowledge here before we go. Look, so I'm talking. Hello. Hello. Let's get. I don't really want to hear myself because it's hard to talk. But look, when I go turning my voice down. Wow, 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 wee, wow, wow, wow. You see what's happening is it's almost like wow, 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 wow. And that's why it has a similar effect, you know, because when we go wow, it's like a peak sweeping through our voice. Okay? And yeah. No one what? Thanks, Eva. Obviously sounds a bit weird. You might want to split them up into different layers, mess with the FM. You know, but definitely some type of saw wave. Whenever you hear any sound that sounds like, well, this has that phasiness to it, it's gonna be saw wave detuned, right? And whenever you hear a wow, it's a wow. He got poop on his nuts, and it's gone now. It's poop on his nuts. And generally, a lot of stuff uses just distortion. That sounded a bit better. You see what I mean? Wow. Wow is right. And the chorus, it can be used as kind of an alternative. Alternative to kind of the detuning. Right, and of course you can, chorus. For that kind of detunediness. We'll watch the clipping on the master, the OTT, just like all the post-processing stuff. Leave me alone, bro.
What did I do?
Yeah. Probably stacking up a bit too much in the mid, so like, but that's somewhat close, you know. That's in the ballpark, so you know, just mess with that and you'll get something similar. And yeah. But for future reference, this is the only one I'm going to do. If you really want to request me, like DM me, right? And I can get to that sooner rather than later. And also just catch me on the production streams because I'm more ready to produce stuff. But everyone wants their feedback, you know. I don't want to cut too much into anyone's feedback. So let's actually do feedback. Also, thank you for the donations. Really appreciate that. Look, because you donated, it's time for me to sell out. It's your favorite time. Eva loves sellout time. So I actually no. So if you want to support me, you can donate to the stream, right? Which some people did, and I thank you. But why just donate when you can spend the same amount of money on sample packs? There's plenty of packs here. There's a bunch of free ones if you just want from good free samples, right? And there's paid ones with even more stuff in them. But yeah, my favorite's probably the Waves pack. That's the one I probably worked the longest on. It has the most stuff in it. It has presets. It has a ton of samples, ton of crazy stuff. And if you use code feedback at checkout, you get a little 25% off, which is cool. Look, it has all that. It's a lot of stuff that I can't even read it all. That's how much it is. I'm getting scared now. I'm like a rat. But yeah, there's also wavetables. But don't forget to get the free packs. Well, yeah, get the paid packs now. Get the free packs too, because they contain different samples from the paid packs. So even if you're buying one, get the free ones too. Yeah. And you could, of course, also get lessons from me for more in-depth feedback, one-on-one stuff, hop in the DAW with you and all that. And you can contact me. And you could bump my tunes. If your tunes aren't hitting right, you could just give up and let Bunting do it for you. You can play his music. Play his music, my music. No. Also, shout out Eva for the website. She made the website. She's so proud of my website. I am too. She did great. But yeah, sellout time's over. One last thing, I get to sell out as a treat. Patreon, you can support me on Patreon, and you get all my video presets, project files, and more. Like basically what it says. So anything you see me make in a video, it's on Patreon. That's cool. But yeah, done wasting time. Let's actually give Ace on Earth some feedback. I know he's fiending for it. And yes, Peepo Jackson, I will not roast you. You've donated enough that I'll be very kind.
The Infinite Mind.
Very vibey. You ask me. So let's run this back. Cool intro, very lush, very filled.
The Infinite Mind.
Very cool drop.
The Infinite Mind.
Nice pre-drop. Lots of cool basses in here, but with like the horn on top. Never done before. Nobody's ever put a horn in experimental bass music. I want to hear more of it. I like that horn. I was liking it as a lovely guide through the weird sounds. You understand what I mean? You know, you sometimes need like a bit of a grounding element. It gets too weird, you know, but you bring in like a real instrument. So like, oh, that's something that's real. They like the real stuff. Some guys like the fake stuff. Well, it's not fake. It's just unreal. Right? Greg, of all the music teacher content creators on YouTube, I gotta say, man, you are so much more concise, humble, and just straight up not as fake and annoying as many others. You literally hate when people like me, bro. You hates the block. You don't even know me, bro. But thank you, Dreg. Ignore Eva, she's a hater. Some more horn action. Not a big fan of the snare. Drum pattern is a bit erratic too. I like all the spacey atmospheres, but I feel like your arrangement doesn't really interact with your drums a whole lot. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. I try to keep it concise. That's it. Unless it's like a 5-hour feedback stream, then clearly I fail in that regard. See, the drum pattern's nice, a bit too complex at parts, but I really would like to interact with the arrangement a bit more. Not a huge fan of the samples here and the kind of the wetness of the snare. And I think the kick could punch through a bit more. Also, with just how complex and there's a lot of kicks, you know, it could be kind of hard to get it too loud, so you might want to mess with the velocity of those kicks too. I feel like the MIDI choir is a bit dry, comes off a bit corny.
The infinite mind.
I feel like there should be at least a little bit of introduction before dropping the crazy basses on them. Cool panning there.
Everything is everything. The infinite mind.
Nice little outro too.
The infinite mind.
Very vibey stuff. I want to hear more of this horn though. It might just be a sample though, so that might be hard. But why don't you learn the horn yourself and do a full solo over this, because that's what the people need. That's what the infinite mind needs. Leave me alone. Not looking. Very spaciness. In a lot of ways, the second kind of drop is very similar to your first. Maybe it could be cool to have one drop be very atmospheric, while one drop kind of have, well, all same atmosphere, similar stuff. What is he doing?
He's eating. It looks weird. He's like one hand.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So have one drop, maybe just lay down a bit less atmosphere, a bit less melodicness, but maybe lay down some more bass action with some really solid riffs, some simple but solid riffs with some strong call and response, right? Not a whole lot of like simplicity call and response stuff, especially in the basses, but I don't blame you since it's more of a spacious, weird sound effecty vibe, right? But it could be cool to work in some of that stuff. And the news was, what Eva was so excited about is our rats being weird. The new rat, also known as Spoon, also known as unnamed rat, because I don't know if Spoon is the one. But this guy. This guy right here, this wise guy. Wait, where is my thing? Here he is. This wise guy, I gave him a tortilla, okay? I gave him a tortilla. And he took a while to start eating it, but he finally started taking bites of it. But he didn't hold it like a normal rat. He wasn't like, what he did, he had one paw down. See, sit here. He had one paw down, and the other paw he was holding a little bit and eating it. Very human-like. He's been hanging out with the humans too much. Not enough rats. We gotta put him back in the conditioning. All right. Well, you gotta look on the stream. You'll like the angle. Okay, but rats aside, Ace on Earth, really solid vibey track. Sounds very nice. I want more of that horn. Maybe bring in some more concreteness, some more leadness into the arrangement. Rats, they don't always get into stuff. I mean, sometimes they do. Yeah, the snare is kind of lacking a bit of mid-range kind of body on it, which could be cool sometimes, but it's mostly the wetness that kind of bothers me. I don't know, man. I'm saying a lot of words. Real quick. I want a ferret. No, you don't. You don't need a ferret. You don't need a ferret. You need more rats. Why have a ferret when you can have a rat? Rats are better. They're cheaper. They're cooler. They're weirder. Okay. He's evolving. He's becoming human. We gotta stop him. Gertrude, believe this is Gertrude's first submission. I like the little animated blinky guy. Very peculiar. Used to bring your rat to the mall. That's what I'm saying. We gotta bring your rats to the public. I was walking around with my good friend Dominic. And I had Joe with me. And there was these kids walking by. And I don't know if they said something. I was just like, hey. It's like, hey, you want a rat? And they said, what? And I said, hey, you want a rat? A rat. And they saw the rat and they were like, oh, hell no. I think that's what they said verbatim. And I don't blame him. Joe's very masculine, very intimidating. Abel and Ableton had a pet rat when he was a kid. I named him Rattle. That's pretty good. I mean, Joe's name, his previous owner named him Ratley, so I think you're about in the same league. Rats need food, guys. Donation for the rat. That's what I'm saying. You can directly support my rats by getting sample packs to farm your... Okay, I'm getting distracted from this tune. It's definitely a vibe, though. Makes some excellent backdrop to our lovely rat conversation. Lots of lovely atmospheric samples with some very luscious pads. Cool glitchy sounds in here as well. Drums definitely sounding kind of thin in the background. Not really thin, they just aren't quite loud enough. Very lovely vibe. Very much ambient vibes. Really cool filter action there. Whatever phaser type action. Is this you, Peepo Jackson? Is this you? Watch the kind of clipping and the resonant frequencies. This is a really interesting tune. Very much ambient vibes. Like almost like Boards of Canada. FX20 at times. You're gonna grow rats? Like you're gonna grow them like plants or something? Definitely changed the direction here. Nice intro. Very cool textures, very cool sounds. Very atmospheric. I always advise for some up from an element. You can have a little lead guitar, lead piano, lead bell, plucked synth sound. Just you feel like you could definitely work in some more kind of melodies telling a story if you're into that. I don't have a rat, but I have way too many cats. I'd get a rat if I could start over. Very deep. Don't we all want to start over sometimes? Not me though, I got my rats. I'm solid. I'm set. That kind of spaces out. Very creative on the arrangement. I like when a song doesn't just like loop and repeat, build up, drop, you know, you're not afraid to bring it other places. Just excellent. Yeah, just put food in your basement, you find a lot of rats next morning. See? Don't buy rats from pet stores. You can just catch them yourself. I'd like to hear a bit more direction on this. Yeah, I'm hearing a bit more with this kind of octave creeping in. Build up. This is very weird. Not sure what's going on, but I want sub bass. I want sub bass hitting my face. Insanely glitchy action. Very experimental stuff, but I don't know. Maybe as a treat, you can bring it into something a bit more concrete. Maybe that's what you're doing right here. Who knows? Aiden Mahone, happy to help, man. Glad to see you here in the stream. Drop a track if you have any. This is really one of a kind. Super experimental, and you nailed it well. It doesn't sound experimental in an amateur way. It sounds experimental like this is what you meant for it to sound bad. You know, no sign of a true artist. No, I'm just messing. I would like to maybe hear it like, you know, kind of similar feedback to the first half. You know, like drop into something concrete. You know, maybe have the I don't know. I'm always biased towards like whatever bass music, right? If I was like a metal musician, I would be like, all right, you got to add a guitar solo right here. But here, I'm like, you need to add a bass drop. Not a bass drop, but just something a bit more concrete. You can mess with the weird stuff, but I feel like it would serve better purpose, like as a contrast to like when you really lay down a beat that's followable and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, well, yeah, Aiden Mahone says kind of G. Jones type stuff. Like, he gets it weird, right? But then he kind of reels it into, like, absolute stanker of a beat. I don't know. Of course, you have your own vision, right? Most of the advice here is quite subjective. Really loud stuff as is. See, that's the problem with feedback. Well, like, when you get experimental with it, like, it's hard to tell the direction they're trying to go. So a lot of times you get feedback that can be in the opposite direction of what they're wanting to do. So yeah, that's kind of weird. That's how it works. I hope that was helpful, at least inspired some ideas. Mix sounds clean, like I can hear everything. Doesn't sound really deficient besides some kind of clippiness, some resonantiness, which could even be an aesthetic choice. You're bad. Anyway. Yeah, I can't think of much else to say. I'll be reaching. I like the track as is, honestly. Just, you know, experiment with the direction. Who knows? Who knows, honestly? It can go anywhere. Feel it out, man. Feel the vibes. Whatever the frick that means. Yeah, it definitely loses. Well, I thought it was intentional in the way it kind of lost the rhythm, but you can kind of mess with the rhythm, but then, you know, bring it back. It's all about the tension and release. And in that second part especially, there's just a whole lot of tension. You know, I want something on the beat, 4 on the floor, boots on the ground, knocking, okay? Man, let's go. I like this cover. Shuki. Entertainment. I'm definitely feeling entertained already. Everything you did sounds quite intentional though, so big up to that. G. Jones to be cool inspo, for sure. This is vibey, right? But I think the direction isn't quite clear. It feels like it kind of just blurs together, and then it's like, all right, there's a beat on a bass line now. You know, I think some kind of filtering, especially being mindful of where you bring in elements, some kind of effect automation. You know, a bit of riser reaction, a bit of pre-drop could make that kind of beat drop a bit more contextualized. Big word alert. Contextualized. Adding to the kind of like direction of it, not just the direction that makes it kind of sound kind of noisy, it's that you have a ton of sound effects. That's just the fact of the matter. Not a fan of the snare either. The kicks are very hard to hear, just bring them up louder, pick a different snare, in my opinion. But you just have a lot of sound effects, you know, which is cool. It's nice to fill it up and make it sound whole and full, right? But make sure the main elements, you know, the elements that are very musical, very important to the progression, that you want the listener to catch on to and follow, are way up front, while the rest of it is much more in the back, subdued. Because I'm guessing you want your bass line to be what the listener follows, as well as these kind of like steel pan, like mallet type of hits in the background, like boom, 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 whatever. I think those are the elements you would want much more up front, and all these sound effects much more in the back. Anthony Pita, you can drop a submission. There weren't a ridiculous amount of people tonight. Kind of close to the end, so feel free to drop one. I'll probably cut off in a bit though. Enigma, I'm doing well. Thank you for inquiring. Petting my little rat right now. Here he is. I'm not showing him off to the stream. I'm not using him for views. I'm simply petting him affectionately. And I think he likes it. Same stuff kind of happens in your build-ups as in your drops, right? Okay, and he's trying to sniff my chin. How's my chin smell? But yeah, a lot of sound effects. Even the white noise coming up very up front in the mix. Lots of crazy sounds here. The arrangement's pretty good too. It's kind of unclear what you want going on. Like, are you trying to get like kind of atonal flow going, or are you like trying to do something else? Because I noticed you have the band, dun, dun, kind of bass line and melody in the background, yet you have sound design all crazy up front. You know, makes it unclear like which one is more important musically, which one I want to focus on, you know, and make sure you make all that stuff clear through the mix. intro's kind of quick. Not a fan of just the straight, like, distorted wub at the end. But it's an outro. Nothing crazy. But yeah. Just watch the chaos. Chaos is in fact the word. And dial it in. Make sure it's okay to have a bit of chaos. Just make sure the really musical, important elements to the journey, to the story, are up front and very crisp and clear. You know, it's like a photo. You know, you have foreground and the background. It's like art. It's like something. It's like everything. Who knows? Right? Up next, we have LR with one._riot.mp3. Okay? And of course, give Shugi a follow for the solid psychedelic track. Let's go. Cool instrumentation here. I like the kind of filtering on it. Plus the atmosphere makes an interesting texture vibe. We're bringing in some lovely airy pads sounds. Plus that deep vibey Reese. I say vibey too much, but it's the job done. Why would I stop? Really nice vocal there. Really liking all the textures in this track. Gives me like that hyper futuristic sound side of SoundCloud side. I don't even know how to describe it. There's just like a certain side of SoundCloud that has this like kind of texture. Just like this. Cool granulizer stuff. So, really beautiful intro, right? I like the thing. I would like a bit more kind of direction going on. Maybe a bit of a riser coming in a bit sooner. Maybe a bit of filtering coming in a bit sooner. And I'll make that pre-drop a bit clearer as well. You know, it's kind of hard to tell what was going on, where it wanted to go. Where the actual pre-drop started and the drop began, you know. Now you get it. Sorry, getting distracted by Viva's Apex kill death ratio. Very dope. I'll be honest, I'm a bit more of a fan of the intro than the drop. I'm not a fan of the kind of over distorted bass, you know. I'm just not a fan. It just sounds like a square wave at this point. I distorted. I'm a fan of a bit, but not too much.
I'm not even at 0.5 yet.
It's 0.48. You said it was at 0.1.
No, I said it went up 0.1.
Oh.
Not like 0.0.
Well, you're about at 0.5, so you're good
is that
enough.
The predator?
Yeah. That's the standard. Okay. And I feel like it would be nicer. I don't know. I'm just not sensing a ton of presence. I like that little kind of wobble with the sample. I feel like that has some more musical, and like they maybe hear a bit of that. Nice fill here. Bass kind of comes in on a weird beat at times. The rat's on me. Oh, he's looking. Look, he was on my head. He was smelling. No tinkles on me.
Saying, ooh, this stinky.
He said peep, 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 peep. We should call him Peep, because he peeps. Peep,
No,
peep, peep.
Joe should be peep anything.
No, but this guy Joe screams, bro. This guy
No.
he screams too. You just see this guy lets out a little peep whenever he gets picked up. Don't know if you can hear that, but he peeps. So I just feel like this drop. I said I'm not a fan of the distorted bass. I like that like kind of wobble you have in the fills. Maybe I feel like that could be more of the main element. Could be cool. But I just feel like I just like this arrangement better. Maybe have the kind of mid highs be more up front, the bass kind of overpowering. Maybe that can add. How did I add this? I swear I didn't touch anything, but there's a Freeman point here. Big hacked. Maybe kind of work these kind of melodic stuff, in with like some more sound design, just to provide some more call and response action. I think some call and response can really make it shine. Maybe have a more straightforward flow as well. More kind of beef in it. Nice little outro. You could have kind of built it up into another drop if you really wanted. Bright arps. Yeah, that could be another cool layer. Just really anything. You can add a lot of stuff. I just think it needs more, just more to the drop, probably. You can add some like, I was expecting some kind of like future bassy, like big saw chords maybe. Harps could be cool. More melodic elements, like a lead type thing. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah. It's about all I can jog my brain for right now. But yeah, I really like the intro. Of course, I mentioned the drop could use work though. And yeah, that's about it. How are the drums though? I don't always pay attention to the drums as much as I could. Drums pretty good. I like them. I like them. And I'm a fan of, usually it's like all the effort is in the drop, right? And little to nothing is on the intro, right? But it's the opposite is the case here. I mean, not to say you didn't put any effort into the drop, but you definitely didn't skimp on the intro and the beautifulness of the arrangement, which I love to see. And I feel like I just want to see more interesting intros in bass music, electronic music especially, because a lot of times they're just throwaway, and so are the build-ups, but you can definitely get a lot of musical content out there without hesitation. But yeah, sometimes it's hard to like make a drop that really capitalizes on the intro, because most of the time you don't really worry about it. Also, Eva, he's boggling.
He's boggling?
Yeah.
He's so happy with you.
Yeah. I'm glad I hung out with him. Look, there he goes. There he goes. You can't really see it. His eyes aren't popping much. But the rat's boggling or chittering, also known as like the equivalent of purring for rats. This is the new rat, also known as Spoon. Which means he's very happy hanging out with me, which is great because he likes Eva better. But now he likes me better. He hates Eva.
No.
Sipping my
Damn. This is nice.
Sipping my
Kind of harsh S right in the beginning. Watch that. Sibilant.
This is the check out. All my cash. It's the dash. Fucking my legs. Bet the fuck.
No. So I'm trying to find the right key, but the auto tune of the vocal, or just the vocal overall, isn't in the same key as the beat. So the key is in G minor. and the vocal is in.
Let's try my past. You know we no last. This trap it on my neck like Taz. Batman on my Jordan. Batman on my Jordan. Two drop credit folder. Two drop credit folder.
Your vocal is kind of in E minor, while the beat is in G minor, which, unless you're really going for a super experimental vibe, I don't think is what you want to do. So yeah, make sure the vocal and the beat are in the same key because it sounds good. That's what makes it sound musically satisfying. And also the rat has decided that my sleeve would be a great place for him to hang out in. So the rat is now in my sleeve, going deeper as we speak. Oh, there's his little head. Can you see him? Can you see him? He's in there somewhere. There he is. That's a good one. But yeah, get the vocal and the beat in the same key. Yeah.
Shoot like hell. Shoot it on the polo. Shoot it on the polo. Style up on the solo. Style up on the solo. So she goo in the teller.
I like the flow though. And of course the beat's really good.
Sipping my roller. Yeah. Jumping the free, I couldn't stop it to leave. Riding the drip on my beach.
Vocal could use a bit more compression.
Jumping the free, I couldn't stop it to leave.
Because you can really hear, like, it comes in a bit louder, then it gets a bit quieter. It sounds.
Riding the drip on my beach, having the free. I would stop with the pew, loving the feel of my free. Checking the chair, like they're doing the right. Out with the spinning sprite, sipping my up, behind it's a light. I'm a grammar, vintage tonight.
Cool little reverb in the outro. I like the little break there. I feel like you can have more breaks, more contrast, you know. If you really want, of course, it just like rap over a beat, you know, it gets the job done, it slaps. But you can definitely have some more kind of contrasting sections, you know, bring it down to like no drums, you know, maybe have kind of like a bridge, you know, like verse, chorus, or like verse, pre-chorus, chorus, bridge, have all that song structure stuff just to make it more of a journey rather than just like rap on a beat. But there's nothing wrong with rap on a beat. He keeps going deeper into my sleeve. He's going backwards. He likes it in here. Now he's all the way in my
sipping my rolling. Jumping the free, I couldn't stop it to leave. Riding the deep on my beach, having the free. I would stop with the few, loving the feel of my free. Checking the chair, like they're doing the right. Off of the spinning sprite, sipping my up, behind it's a light. I'm a grammar, vintage tonight.
808 or sub bass definitely distorted, but I don't think it's too distorted. I mean, like, it's kind of the rap. It's all the rage these days. Rap beats. Yeah. But solid. I like the flows and I like how it progresses throughout. Could use a bit more structure. Obviously be longer as well. And good ad-libs too. Vocals aren't mixed bad. Just the key is the biggest thing. I really like the beat, in fact, and the mix down on it sounds pretty clean. Drums could maybe be a hair louder, especially the kick, I think. And maybe I would like the kind of sub bass to feel like it's punching in with the kick at least a bit.
Check out all my cash. It's the dash. Fucking my legs. Bet the fuck us. Let's try my pass.
You feel what I mean? Yeah. And just, I said like I would like more structure, but I can hear a bit like you're bringing out the drums. You're kind of having some structure in the vocals. I would hear like a bit more contrast in the arrangement. I think taking out the bass especially could give that contrast that I so crave. Right. Hope we're on the same page. Hope that was helpful. First submission of Mayor, the fire beat. Excellent flows. Where he will go next, nobody goes, okay? And that's why I'm not a rapper, because if I was, all these other rappers would be just destroyed, honestly. They wouldn't know what to do, be in shambles. Tico finally getting back his account after spamming my entire Discord with viruses because he got hacked, okay? But we forgive. Rats. I like this. I'm sensing some vibes here. I said it. I swear, this thing like okay, so aside from the rat drooling, I really like the vibe of this track, and it has a nice contrasting kind of build section right here. Very vibey. I like how you introduce more instruments. Add a nice bass line, a nice Reese bass on it. All building up nicely. I think some filters could be cool to add to the vibe, make it creep in, build up a bit more subtly. Feeling like a bit of percussion creeping up around halfway through this could be cool too. I feel like kind of spaces out. Well, maybe you can use this time to kind of tell more of a story with like a vocal or some more interesting kind of lead melody. I feel like you kind of cut out that melody, while I'd maybe like to hear it kind of repeat and kind of build up rhythmically and pitch bend it up. Damn, relax, not yet. Not a huge fan of this kick sample. Also, definitely have some more risers and maybe pitch up, filter, add some effects to your kind of kicks, risers, all that stuff. Obviously, it slaps, no doubt about that. I like that snare. Drums just sound really good. Top loops sound pretty good as well. Sound design sounds really fat with great crowd response. Sub is fat as hell as well. You like them. Yeah. So I mean, honestly, I didn't mind not having variations a whole lot because of how hard it slaps, right? But I feel like you can maybe have that higher kind of octave layer on maybe a bit sooner. You can also maybe get away with some fills here and there at the end of like every like 4, 8, even 16 bars, just to like, you know, add a bit of switch up before bringing it back to more of the same. You know, just for a slight bit of contrast. All about that contrast. All about a contrast. But yeah. Maybe, I mean, variation. A lot of times I just advise one to just like take the patch you made, duplicate it, and tweak it a slight bit. And you'll have a similar sound, but slightly different. And that would slap. You can even just like layer kind of harmonic onto it, you know, just process it slightly differently, do whatever, and you're pretty much good on a variation. Also, a lot of time watch my like drop video, whatever. I have like your drops suck or something video, like how to make drops that don't suck video, and I think I talk about variation, right? One other thing that I covered in the video that I'm gonna say now was a lot of times it's nice to reuse the call, but then change the response. You know, keep it a little the same, a little bit different. You can have it go. That was just an idea off the top of my head. If you can imagine that in its full form, full power. But yeah, you know, reuse the call, make a different response. Really, just write new musical ideas using the same elements as well, and a lot of them go together. You like him? Not enough to hang out with him though. He wants to hang out. Look how much. Look how friendly he is.
Okay.
What?
He looks nice.
You're weird. Do you want him or not?
No.
Eva just likes to look at rats. She doesn't like to hang out with them. And that's why she's banned from Bunting's flock. Okay, wait, let me give a shout out. Oh, yeah. Okay, give Tico a follow. Big Fat P. Hope that gave you some ideas, of course, and thanks for the submission. Okay, up next, Azira, Here and Now V4. Cool synth, cool reverb on it, cool progression. Cool little bam bam creeping in. Not a fan of that white noise riser. This sounds a bit too full. That reef bass. It's very beautiful. That reef bass kind of overpowering the mix. I'm not a huge fan of the drum samples either. And also watch the frequencies. Sounds like a lot of frequencies stacking up. You can make it sound kind of muddy in some parts. I really like the band. That's very beautiful. Nice little contrasting section here. Still not a huge fan of the drum samples. Maybe just low pass the bass a bit more so it doesn't compete as much with the other rest of the arrangement. It would be cool to maybe like reverb out, delay that stuff just a bit more for the transition, delay especially. Really nice riser there. I feel like this part is very contrasting. I feel like honestly you can have these parts, like each little unique section repeat maybe twice as long because they're that good, and it feels like it switches up kind of quickly. Especially the transition here, you know, I feel like I'm expecting this section to kind of, well, the setup is making me expect this section to kind of fill up more, you know, like go out, introduce the idea, go out, and then build up into a bigger version of this section, right? But you switch it up, which I think might be suited to a bit longer, a bit more preparation for that section. This part sounds a lot less reverby and atmospheric, which could be cool. Nice stuff. I felt like the whole thing was a bit rushed, you know, the arrangement was very beautiful. I thought you could have stretched it out a lot more and had a lot more fun with it. You know, just felt a bit rushed to me. That's really my only quip. And watch some of the frequencies, you know, I felt like you can use a bit more of the stereo field as well to get a bit more clarity out of some elements, as well as just the classic watching the EQ and all that. Yeah, also maybe, as I told you, a bit more time to prepare here, maybe kind of tease the new bass line you're introducing here, you know, because you kind of switch up the whole progression rather quickly with no real introduction. So maybe do a bit of that. Yeah. Whoops. Okay. Okay, I don't know why. I somehow found a screenshot hotkey. You know, you just how to fix the frequencies. You have two elements going on. Let's say you have two elements. One is like this. Look, so one is this, okay? And the other is this. Bro, that's so funny. I literally found the lead. I literally found the lead J Meister used in his track, just randomly. It's an operator stack. Right, but if you have these two things going on at once, obviously layer together half decently, right? Let me get like something else. They layer together kind of decently, but let's say I'm going like... They sound fine together, but let's pretend they don't, okay? Just going with an EQ. For one, watch where you layer them, right? So they kind of have their own space, but... You see, so if I go to this sound, and I'm like... What if I put the headphone on? If you were to keep one band of this sound, what would you keep? I would probably keep here, you know? So that means the rest of it isn't as important, so you could maybe boost this, decrease the rest. Then go to your other sound that sounds like it's clashing, right? And you can... You see that it has a lot of presence down here. Which basically means so everything has room. You can go to this sound, go to the same range, and scoop it so this sound can sit. You see what I mean? They all have different frequencies. You just scoop in one part. Scoop rather than boost a lot of the time. You know, and hope that makes sense. You know, just pick out the most important, best frequencies of a sound and cut other sounds so the best frequencies in another sound can shine. You know, it's all about making compromises in that. You know, but another thing is, like I said, you have that bass overpowering everything. Since like you have a lot of mid-high end derangement, but the bass is also filling up all of that. You might want to just take that and, you know, low pass it more. So the bass isn't as competing. You know, just to leave it to a bass, you know, so the mids and highs have a lot more clarity in them. You know, similar principle, except it can kind of cross over into more sound design stuff. Okay, what the hell? River Mano Chio. This part doesn't exist. Okay. Okay, that's a weird way to put it. And the excessive amount of silence and other bits. Make sure in Ableton you're only bracketing, or in FL Studio, make sure you're selecting only the part you actually want to export. Yeah. Of course, Wilson, hope that made sense for you. Void, D1, let's go. There's a rat here. He's on my shoulder, help! I actually forgot he was here, but he took it upon himself to climb on me. This is quite nice. Spooky beat with a bit of hi-hats. Could maybe have a bit more atmosphere in the beginning as a nice mix in, plus a bit of tension and all that to prepare for the drop. Cool sound design. Mostly like that arrangement is really cool. I like how the sound design and the sub bass is like interacting, not necessarily following. It's a really cool relationship. I think we all want a relationship like theirs. Nice sound design variation. It's coming off as a bit clippy. So watch that. I feel like you can definitely benefit. Drum's pretty nice. Maybe have a different kick here. I'd probably like just a bit more variation. I understand you got the sound design variation down pat, which is good, but could also maybe hear a bit of Jesus Christ, a little rat is climbing up. Jesus. He's screaming. Why are you looking weird? It's okay, bro. He's like, you think Joe's a squeaky guy. I just know how to make Joe squeak. This guy just squeaks out of pocket. Okay. Anyway, he's in a bad mood. He's like you. Okay. But, so basically, for more variation, you can probably... Did you just piss on me? Did you piss on me? I think you did just a little, and for that, you're in timeout. Okay, so the rat pissed on me. The rat is canceled. But add some more contrasting sections into this. You know, you don't have to have the whole drop for the whole song. You know, you can bring it out to some more atmospherics, right? Have a little break in the middle of it. And I would definitely switch up the flow a bit. You switch up the sound design, but I like to hear a bit of different flow, a bit of different cone response. You know, use the same elements, keep the first part in mind, and just make a new deal. Make a new thing. Could be cool. Could not be cool. I don't know. There's only one way to find out. That is by experimenting. Okay. Just more contrast. Really solid. Just want more action, more of a journey, more of a finesse. Watch the drops. Yeah. Watch all the videos. Give Riverman a follow.
Somehow, everything was different. Like a new person had emerged from me. I could see myself in a perspective that I've never seen before. No inhibitions, no worries. For the first time, I felt like I knew where I belonged and nothing could stop me from being there. Nothing, and yet everything felt real. The world was underneath me, around me, above me. I could see everything and everything could see me. I found peace, 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 peace. I found peace, peace, knew where I belonged and nothing could. Around me, above me.
Why the fuck am I muted? How long was I muted? Did you not hear any feedback? Okay, I don't know why I was muted. Okay. But basically, your intro is in E minor, your drop is in C. Make sure your drop is in the same key as your intro. And also the psychedelic, I've said this on the last time, but you did not fix it. You need to transpose it down so it's in key. Because it's hitting notes that aren't in key. I mean, it's hitting G and F natural, while it should be hitting E and D if you want it to be in key with the rest of the arrangement. drop is cool, besides it being in different key from the intro.
I found peace.
I feel like this part, you should bring it out into more of a break here. Definitely a bit of a build up, but you don't need to have so much crazy sound design for that kind of break build. And then on the second drop, for some reason you transpose to E after being in C, which doesn't make sense. I mean, you can do it, but I would at least like some more context theory-wise to, you know, make it make sense musically. And also, you're in a different key of E, because in the intro you're in, but in the second part you're in, you know, whatever.
Peace.
And also, keep in mind the cadence thing I said in all the other tracks. A lot of cool sound design. But make sure you have consistent riff, you know, and a flow, you know. The flow is all over the place, so it's gonna make it hard to follow, hard to dance. So just find one good rhythm, one good cadence riff, and stick to that. Add variations to it. Yeah, what the fuck happened? You still can't hear me? No, you can hear me. But you're behind on the stream, so you should still hear it. There's just a lot of different ideas in here. You know, if you want a danceable, it's all about how the basses and the drum interact for one, and also just the flow of it. Drums could definitely be a bit louder too. Not a huge fan of the snare though. Bro, all y'all are behind on the stream. Click the little button at the bottom that says live. So you're live. All y'all are behind. All y'all. Just like it sounds solid to me, make sure you have some solid breaks, solid builds, you know. Drum mix down sounds pretty good. You know, you just gotta stick to more consistent riffs, more consistent sound design. Call and response, cadence, rhythm, flow, riff, music theory, just all those buzzwords combined. You know what I mean? Like, cause it's good in concept, a lot of cool sound. You just gotta take one nice bit out of there and stick with it. Make variations on that rather than just going crazy. Okay, up next, Cyanite, color bass. This looks cool. Very cool cover. Color bass. Let's see. But of course, Daniel J. Rake, excellent submission. I cannot plug you, but I can thank you for the submission. I can't plug you because no SoundCloud. Clearly. Good intro. Like this free space here. Gotta plug all the socials. Getting a bit abrasive on some frequencies.
Recalibrating reaction wheels and RCS thrusters.
Cool vocal, cool processing on it. Sidechain a bit excessive, but I think it's kind of cool. I like that it's a slight bit of indication. Maybe a tiny bit of pre-drop type thing to bring in that vocal. Cool build up here, although a bit quick. Not a fan of the kick, has a ton of high end. Very interesting flow, like how it really interacts with the drum. Cool little breakdown here. I feel like I would like a bit more mid-range presence. Very much low end, very much high end. It sounds clean, but I think that mid-range would allow that slam and power of this drum. And the mix down here, it sounds like this is almost like a break rather than a variation on the drop because it sounds a lot of space. The flow is definitely still there. Really good flows on this. Not a huge fan of the snare, but that's subjective. It's getting nice. Bring it out to a vibey break. So nice. I think I was saying like sound. But it maybe liked a bit, just slightly more variations from the first kind of intro. A lot of your sound design can honestly just be brought up in loud. Yeah, but like it's all filled and it's plenty of stuff. It's just I think a lot of times like the kind of mid-range presence is lacking, where I think a lot of that body, a lot of that power comes through, and I think you could just bring up more loudness just on the mid highs. I mean, mostly the mids, obviously, but sounds very clean. I'm just picky about the mix down. Lots of very cool sounds in here. Really good riffs, really good tone response on this one. Really solid stuff. Love to hear it. Congrats on getting in on the EP type deal thing. I'm assuming that's what this is. Orbit 14. Not sure, not familiar, but congrats. Sounds like a cool thing to get into. Jesus. Everybody is so late in chat. This one guy's saying Tanark always with the fire. Bro, that was like 3 hours ago. Of course, give Sone a follow on the come up. It's compilation. No, I should have figured as such. I just don't know the word for it. I don't know many words. All I know is OTT, sidechain. What else? Rats. Sucking his dick. He's licking his nuts. Why are you licking your nuts, bro? He looks weird.
Leave him alone.
I'm taking him.
This is why he always peeps. You're not leaving.
He didn't peep then.
He peeped a little.
I didn't hear it.
I heard it because we're like this.
You're lying, bro. You lying. Doobies, new submitter, says I inspired him. Inspired him? Because I'm like a spider.
Come on.
Fastest tune. Ooh. Excellent use of that vital horn sound. This guy was licking his nuts. Or something like that. I like how you bring this simple riff and fulfill its duty on this earth. Simple intro, but good mixed in. Make sure you got the sub knocking. I'm just hearing a lot of top end, not a whole lot of mid and low end where a lot of that power is going to come through, so make sure you get plenty of that. Vibing. Nice break here. She revved up again.
Put it on there like
Very vibey track. I feel like this kind of break's missing a bit. I would like a bit more musical elements, a bit more up front, definitely some more rhythmic elements too. And you could definitely have a bit more of a build, a bit more rising action, a bit more rhythmic tension building up. See, and this sound design's coming through very fat. I want your first sound to come through that same obesity. And I was gonna say, like, you have a nice little break here. Of course, like, make it, if you're gonna repeat something, make sure it's really satisfying, like kind of chorus anthem type thing, you know, to have it like go away then come back, you know what I mean, like a chorus, you know, people are like, yes, the good part's back, or whatever, right? And obviously I like how you added this variation to the tail end of it. Otherwise, this drop on its own was pretty short, especially for how long this break is without much new real content. Cool little outro here. Putting a little pause up. Guys, pause up. Got my pause up. That's what he says. That's what it sounds like. I'm gonna pause. Okay. Yeah, really solid track, honestly. Honestly, I said it honestly. Those breaks I felt like could have a bit more interest throughout and a bit more fatness in some parts of the sound design, and just be mindful of what you're doing with the arrangement in some bits. Yeah. Okay, no more Samish. No more. What's why do you care, bro? Okay. Chorus, give doobies. Next song is yours, RTX. Electric Lady remix. Cool arrangement here. Kick kinda absurdly clipped.
I was made for you.
Clap, that isn't bad. Kind of an interesting texture. Like the vocal, of course.
We can have it all tonight. Nothing matters when I'm with you.
I like this sub. More riser here, more riser. Way more riser. Got pre-drop up was a bit quiet. Nice. Make sure the low end is unlocked. These sounds are cool. High end's a bit weird in those soft chords. The sound design's cool, but lacking in width and a bit of fullness. I think the width could help a lot. Very harsh frequencies here. Scoop those. Really good flows. The kind of filtering is a bit excessive at parts, I feel. Cool layers on here, really cool flow too. Drum sounded a bit loud, especially the kick. I feel like you can definitely push up some more loudness out of the mid-highs, but just everything could sound a bit fuller. Get some more width on there too, it sounded super mono a lot of the time. Also, I think it's a little break here. Feel like that transition was a bit weird, just like quick break, then it's like, all right, more drop. You know, I wasn't quite sure where it was going. Maybe like add a bit more kind of effects to indicate like we're about to bring it right back. Don't you worry. these basses can benefit from a bit of chorus, a bit of width. Levels sound quite different on the second drop too, so make sure they're consistent with the rest. And this chord is sounding much less full than a lot of the basses too. Just make sure it's flush throughout. Setting the rest. The second half is definitely coming off a bit weird. And you're having a lot of the motif of just sort of that bam, 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 bam. Which you can maybe switch up the flow a bit more on it. Okay. Yeah, pretty solid track. I think the last half of the was less strong. You know, you might want to switch up the the flow a bit, the kind of call and response. I mean, it gets the job done. A lot of really crazy cool sounds in here, but the arrangement is a bit basic, a bit repetitive, one could say. I mean, I liked it. I thought it slapped. You know, quite solid stuff from the big man RTX. Up next, Enigma with The Return. We're up to the final three. Full Weird. I dig this cover. Looks nice. Wallpapers. WallpapersHD.com. Definitely some harsh frequencies coming through. It's sitting a bit weird in the stereo as well. Watch some harsh frequencies. Maybe you could have this bit more stuff kind of rising in. This riser definitely gets the job done there. All the flaps too. Nice, yeah, just nice arrangement there. Nice pre-drop break, except the burn. It's kind of weird, definitely a weird note to hit. It's a very weird note theory-wise. I really like the lush sine chords you have underneath. Like that bit. It sounds a ton of high end, like a bit more mid range. I feel just a lot of noise coming through. I really like whatever that crazy fill was. I want more of that. That sounded very lush, and I felt like could have made an excellent layer. I also feel like you can probably have some more layers besides just the chord and the main lead as well. Also, maybe just like a bit stronger, just cadence here, because as it kind of just feels like it's kind of very chopped up. Vibey. I like this rhythm, everything kind of moving with these one. Whoa, whoa. Very cool stuff. Very cool. Could have more of like a kind of instrumental ambiency break before just another build up and a drop. And I feel like the build up is pretty big for feel like the kind of cadence, the riff is a bit hard to follow. Try to keep it a bit simpler, a bit groovier, you know, and you can maybe have some more kind of fill action. I really like that one fill you had. You can have more of that. You can have more sound design. You know, I feel like you can really get away with some cool sound design and some little fills if you really are about that, and kind of enhance the kind of calm response feel and all that. But I dig the track. I would like to hear more of it, see it developed more, obviously. But it's only 1 minute 30 seconds. You can get more mileage out of it. And this whole drop, I feel like it doesn't really, especially with the melodic focus, I would like to hear it, you know, have more of a progression, you know, similar to like the kind of Ghost Rooks thing. There's not a really strong like chord progression, you know, kind of bass line. I think it could benefit from that, have more emotion, tell more of a story from all that. Yeah, glad you dig the tips. Of course. What happened to this cover? You decided, oh, I need a different cover from freewallpapershd.com. Exist. Oh my gosh. Hyperpop, let's go. Like the cover. My Existence. Cool piano. Interesting chords. Obviously, hitting some weird notes. I'm not sure how intentional that is. Hitting some weird kind of off-key notes at times. Yeah, I like that, obviously. And the cadence is kind of weird. You know? It's kind of hard to follow. Yeah, really weird chords. Not sure how intentional that is, if it's gonna like resolve or whatever. And I would just like the kind of rhythm as well, at least in the piano part. I want it to be clear, you know, because it's just kind of like, I'm not sure if someone were to ask me, well, I say it all the time, someone were to ask me like, oh, how'd that song go? Kind of like, you know, you want it to be catchy, more or less. Done messing around, and make sure when you're going out, you're mindful of how you're going out. You know, you gotta know the rules to break them. And this kind of bass line wasn't very clearly implied through your piano either, which doesn't need to be, but I think that might have been the goal. I don't know. But also it would have been nice to kind of tease that before dropping it, and you know, to create that kind of anticipation, you know, set the riff and then fulfill it. Very cool snare. Snare could be a bit more present though. I like the kicks too. Could have a bit more calm response action, a bit more fills, sound design in them. Cool harmonic on here. filter movement to give it some more direction. More whatever that is. Is my camera like frozen? How long has it been frozen? The harmonics are kind of weird, definitely going out of key, but that might be your intention. I don't know, just be mindful of that and all that, right? Plus, like, I don't know, I definitely feel like I could benefit from more fills, some more call and response action, you know, just to keep it interesting, you know? Just really keep it rhythmic, like 1 2 1 2, call and response, whatever, all those buzzwords. I'm tired of saying them. Just do it. I'm not reviewing any tracks unless they do all that and more. Cool little texture-y sound design in the background here. I would like to maybe see a bit more energy kind of kept up with in this part rather than just like, alright, we have all this, then it's just like out again. You know, that's maybe an idea, but trust yourself. The saw chord coming off is a bit corny. Jesus Christ, watch the high end, watch those resonant frequencies. Also, can maybe have the kind of riser, just have that riser type stuff start a bit sooner, you know, so it's more cranked to the end. And obviously this is destroying ears. If you're going for like the weird glitched out vibe, make that super clear here rather than just sounding like you don't know what the fuck is happening, right? And make it clear that it's a pre-drop too. You know, make it clear that when you're about to drop the sub bass on them, you know, just make it all clear. Kick definitely a bit too clippy for the style, I feel. I like this flow here. More whatever that is. Except now it's kind of switching up excessively, you know? Just have one good idea, one good riff, stick to it. You know the vibes. Very interesting track. Just make sure the listener has a good idea where to expect things. Make sure your intention is clear, like you want it to be weird, you want it to be normal. Who knows? That is very clear, but I don't sleep. No, my sleep schedule is basically like completely backwards, so yeah, but of course give BX Kitty a follow. And we are final dude of the night. With We're Home.wav. Shadow Buddy. Interesting profile pic. Appears to be some type of bull of sorts, that with Egyptian finesse. A bit of harsh high end on some parts in the beginning. Cool textures here. I like this little synth ARP. Nice pad creeping in. Cool textures. Auto pan is cool too. Might be a bit excessive though. I don't like it when it's too quick. Lots of really cool textures in here. Very bubbly. Sidechain a bit excessive. Snare's a bit weird. I feel like the drop isn't super satisfying, you know. I would like the things to sound like they get louder, sound like they get filled out. Probably the arrangement to kind of fill up a bit more. It's still very sparse, which could be cool if you want to bring the focus to one element, but I just feel like all the elements are kind of all over the place, you know. Like I say, find one very catchy groove, very catchy riff, flow, rhythm, notes, whatever, and stick with that, you know. You want to give the listener know what to hold on to. Sub definitely a bit too loud, and I can barely hear this cool bass sound design. Don't be afraid to push that up a bit more. And around here, around halfway through the drop, I would expect a bit distinct variation. You know, except I feel like it's kind of hard to, you know, catch something, so I wouldn't know what to vary. It's just kind of like a bunch of textures and sounds. That's what it comes across to me. Of course, you can extend that, you know, have another build up, another drop type deal. But you know, like, I like all the textures, but I feel like it was kind of hard to follow. You know, like, especially when the drop hit. For sure, you can, you know, like other down-tempo chill stuff, have a strong progression. I say that in the beginning of every down-tempo video. Y'all gotta do it, bro. Have a strong progression and, yeah, hang out, have a good time. Pretty solid. I just want that drop to be filled in, you know, really give me a lead to follow. Give me a lead. You know, I feel like it's just a bunch of background, like, we're the main characters. You set the whole stage, but who's talking? What are they like? Show me their character. What are their values, right? But yeah, that's that. Stream's done. That's all I can think to say for the final Shadow Buddy. But of course, I would plug you, but you did not give me a SoundCloud link, so you get no plugs at all. Of course, before I end the stream, just go to buntingmusic.com. Just go to it. I'll put it in the chat to make it easy for you. No, but if you want to support me for all I do, if you want to reimburse me for all 5 hours of feedback I gave and rat content, of course, you can get some sample pack, get some lessons. Really helps, man. Shadow Buddy Music, thank you for the submission. Happy to help all of you, right? And if you don't have the free packs, just get the free packs, gosh darn it. Check out my music too. Feel free to give me feedback. If you were mad about your feedback, you can go to my SoundCloud and criticize me all you want in the comments. You can roast my own tracks, okay? But yeah, just go to buntingmusic.com. There's plenty of ways to support me and get more involved. There's even a little Discord link at the bottom, I believe. I think it works permanently. It might actually work forever. I don't know. But yeah, join the Discord. Hang out in the Discord. I'm going to start some events. Might even start a bit of a label. And collective, whatever. Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. This stream is going to be available for future viewing. This is recorded. It will be in the live streams playlist, which you can see in the description. Just check out the description. Plenty of links. You can rewatch it. You can do all that stuff. Of course, man. Thank you for the support, Shadow Buddy. Glad you're digging the samples. Yeah. And if you ask when do I sleep, never. I just don't sleep. Okay. Yeah, really, guys, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you learned from it. Hope you have some tracks to submit in the future. But yeah, that's that.